It was cloudy with a temperature of 50. Under cloudy skies, Kissimmee reported 62, Sarasota break.
To review proposals for changing the city's comprehensive plan, its future land use map, zoning changes consistent with the map and conditional use permits. In accordance with city protocol, face coverings must be worn while attending this meeting, particularly given the number of attendees today and the inability to maintain adequate social distancing. You may remove your mask when speaking to the board at the podium centered between the board and the first row of seating. This board is made up of 7 members appointed by the City Commission and is assisted by the staff of the Community and Economic Development Department. Staff will advance any presentation slides that should have been provided prior to the meeting. The meeting is divided into 2 parts. First part is public hearing, where we expect to hear new applicants explain their request and receive comments from affected parties. The second part of the meeting is termed the general meeting, and primarily consists of acting on recommendations from staff about the cases that come before up in the prior meetings. We invite everyone who wishes to participate to be heard. We do ask that you be concise in your comments and that speakers avoid repetition, such as the traffic, noise, what have you. Person comes up, please do not become repetitive. That is, if several people have pointed out traffic concerns, there's no need to hear additional comments regarding traffic again, but we'd like to hear anything new that has not been addressed. In order to allow everyone to have an opportunity to speak, there will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker, and the clerk has a timer for this purpose. We respectfully ask that you adhere to this rule. We also ask at the time that you silence all mobile devices. We thank you for being here. I'll turn the meeting over to the Housing Manager, Teresa Mayo.
Good morning. Actually, I think we'll turn it over now to the secretary that's been appointed for today, Ms. Knight, to go ahead and begin reading in the cases.
Item number 1, compatibility review to allow for the construction of a new accessory dwelling unit on property located at 130 Lake Bonnie Drive East. Owner applicant William and Terry Knight, and this is the consideration of the final decision.
Good morning. For the record, Joshua Chaney with Community Economic Development. Matt, this isn't working. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. So, looking at the map displayed overhead, you can see this property is located at 130 Lake Bonnie East Drive. This is south of East Main Street and west of the intersection of Lake Bonnie Drive East and Dixie Place. It is in the Shore Acres Bonnie Addition subdivision. The applicants are William and Terry Knight, and they are requesting a compatibility review in order to allow for a new 1-story accessory dwelling unit behind their home that you see here. The existing home is a 3,937 square foot structure on the property. It was originally built in 1968. The parcel is approximately 0.74 acres, so it's just under 3/4 acre size. It has RA3 zoning and RM future land use. The proposed location of the proposed accessory dwelling unit will meet the setback requirements that are identified in Table 4.3-1 of the code, and the proposed single-story structure will also comply with the development standards for accessory dwelling units that are identified in the city's land development code. This is the north elevation and the south elevation. This is the east and the west. And this is the floor plan. It also includes a carport. I have not received any phone calls, emails, or letters in opposition to this request, nor have I received any questions regarding this request. And with that, I will hand it over to the applicant for their brief presentation.
Applicant, come forward, please. State your name and address, please, for the record.
William Knight, 130 Lake Bonnie Drive East.
Terry Knight, 130 Lake Bonnie Drive East.
We're wanting to add an accessory dwelling unit so that we may age in place and not have to leave our area. The intent is to give us a safe place where we can grow old in and enjoy it, while our daughter and her family has the main house.
We both had parents who had homes that no one could safely, even comfortably spend the night in and be in caring for them as they aged. So, and they both lived for long years.
Thank you.
That's what we have.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Does the board have any questions? Board members, any questions?
No, I just want to say that I think it's great that you're doing it because I have an elderly parent as well, and it's difficult. So props to you. Am I allowed to do that?
This is a public hearing also. Does anybody from the audience wish to address this issue? Apparently not. Final decision, you have the staff recommendation?
Yes, sir. So staff is recommending approval of this request with the following conditions. The development standards shall be in accordance with R3 zoning classification and subsection 4.3.2 of the city's land development code. Number 2, the site development plan. The project shall be developed in substantial accordance with the site development plan that was included as attachment A that we viewed overhead. And again, the architectural elevations. This project shall be developed in substantial accordance with those that we viewed earlier that were included in your packet, included as attachment B. Finishing materials used on the accessory dwelling unit shall reference the stucco banding and faux stucco brick finish used on the primary single-family dwelling on the property. And with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Board have any questions?
Actually, I do have a question. Down the road, will there, with the accessory dwelling, once, obviously, if they're no longer there, will it be able to be used for anything other than its intention, say like an Airbnb or a rental, or would that require any zoning changes?
At this time, the city's land development code does not regulate short-term rentals.
Any other questions from the board? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve.
Second it?
It's been moved and seconded that we approve this issue. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Show it passing unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item 2.
Item 2, conditional use to allow for the construction of a 110-foot tall, ground-mounted personal wireless facility or cell tower on approximately 1.3 acres located at 1800 Hardin Boulevard. Owner, Safin Incorporated. Applicant, Matanya Yan. I hope I said that right.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Philip Scarce. I'm a principal planner with Community Economic Development. This request is conditional use, as the Secretary mentioned, to allow 110-foot telecommunication tower and support facilities on 1.38 acres. It's located at 1800 Hardin Boulevard, and this is just north of the Touch of Class dry cleaning establishment. There we go. You see point here. This is the Touch of Class, and tower is going to be located right here. I'll go through my slides here in a second. This site has a zoning of I-1, light industrial, and a future land use designation of mixed commercial corridor. Per table 5.16-1, the maximum height of towers in the central city areas are 110 feet. Just give you a little bit of history of the parcel. In about 1999-2000, the subject was included as an enclave annexation and was given its I-1 zoning designation, as well as the conditional use permit for a dry cleaning plant for a type 2 industrial service, and that's how we have the industrial I-1 zoning. And that was adopted by the City Commission in 2000, December 2000. Ground towers are permitted by right in the O1, O2, C2, C3, C4, C5, I1 through I3 industrial categories. However, the proposed tower does not meet the minimum residential and roadway separation standards outlined in section 5.18.5 of the Land Development Code, which requires separation of at least 220 feet, or it's 2 feet for every foot of the tower. So in this case, 220 feet for separation from residential uses and from the roadway. Therefore, the applicant requests a conditional use permit pursuant to section 5.18.7A, which states, exceptions to the standards for the placement of construction of a personal wireless facility shall be considered as conditional use. The conditional use procedure may be considered for the following. And number 2 is request for exceptions to specific standards established in the article for maximum height, horizontal separation, separation from residential districts, limited access highways, including frontage roads, arterial streets, and highway commercial streets, and alternatives to the monopole type tower. So that's why we are here today. The applicant, as I stated, this tower does not meet the minimum separation criteria for the residential uses just to the north and to the roadway right-of-way to the west, or Hardin Boulevard. Just going to go through some slides, and then I'll turn it over to the applicant, who has a much more detailed slideshow than I do. This is the proposed 110-foot tower elevation. It is will allow for 4 carriers or providers with the antenna array there. This is looking south on Hardin Boulevard towards Touch of Class Cleaners. This is looking northeast. This is the fence line of the property, and you can see the apartments just to the north of the site. This is looking straight at the tower site. Tower go right about here. And this is another looking north, or looking east at the tower site as well. And then this just gives you a good indication of how close it is to the nearest residential. Like, again, the tower will located about right there, and you can see there's residential uses here. This is their site plan. So I am going to turn it over to the applicant, who has for her presentation, and Staff has any questions if you have any after her presentation. Thank you very much.
Now hear from the applicant. You give us your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Mataniah John, 935 Main Street, Suite D1, Safety Harbor, Florida, 34695. I have Santiago Torres with Verizon Wireless here as well. Should you have any questions about Verizon's RF need for this tower? I apologize in advance. This presentation will be a little bit long because there's a lot of moving parts to this application. As you heard, I'm requesting your recommendation of approval for a conditional use to allow a 110-foot tall, flush mount style monopole communication tower at 1800 Hardin Boulevard. So I'm going to go into Verizon's RF need for how we got here. And this tower is being requested because Verizon has a gap in their service, and they are currently trying to solve that gap. I'm currently switching through slides from the RF package that is on file. And what I'm showing you currently is RF coverage as it currently exists in the area along Hardin Boulevard. Green is reliable outdoor coverage, red is unreliable outdoor coverage. This area is generally physically developed as businesses along Hardin Boulevard, a shopping center off of Ariana Street, and residential uses as you extend out from there. This development pattern lends itself to cellular usage inside of buildings. Therefore, the signal strength that Verizon needs is one that is able to provide coverage indoors. The gap area that Verizon is experiencing is physically large. It's 3.71 square miles that is in your RF package. And the area is also well populated. One source estimates that there's 11,000 people who live in the gap area from census data. Verizon has noted in their RF package that on average 1,600 users connect to the network during peak hours or per hour. And Mr. Torres is prepared to testify that 6,000 unique devices connect to Verizon's network in this area daily. There's also major roads that intersect this gap area. Hardin Boulevard, per FDOT, has 37,500 cars that travel it daily. Ariana Street has 4,500, and Beacon has 6,700. Verizon's currently attempting to serve the area with the gap from 3 different installations. And you can see Verizon's towers on this map. The 3 towers that are trying to directly serve the area is ATC Lakeland, CSX Winston down at the CSX yard, and Lakeside Hampton on top of a hotel down by the expressway. At this time, Verizon's experienced a gap in both indoor and in-vehicle coverage. The other thing that they are experiencing is capacity shortages on these 3 towers. A communication tower is like a road in that as a road can only handle so many calls, a tower can only handle so much usage. Then it starts to struggle and eventually it reaches a maximum capacity. If you could have full coverage 4 bars, and if the tower doesn't have capacity, you can't connect to it. Therefore, capacity and actual raw coverage can both create a gap in service. There's a little bit of federal law that talks on indoor coverage being protected and being able to create a gap in service. The most recent articulation of that is PI Telecom Infrastructure v. City of Jacksonville, 104 F sub 3D 321. And the FCC issued an order in 2018 where they discussed that a lack of capacity can create a gap in service. That's FCC Order 18-133, paragraphs 38 through 40. And essentially, if a carrier has a gap, a gap in their service, they do get to fix it. So once you have a gap established, the next thing that has to be determined is whether there are any towers or tall structures in the area that Verizon could co-locate on. And given the way that this area is laid out, there are no tall structures or towers for Verizon to co-locate on. The closest thing to a tall structure is a 5-story apartment building at the corner of Ariana and Hardin Boulevard / Sykes. That's where the road changes name, but it's only 5 feet tall. Verizon determined that their most efficient solution for this project would have been a 150-foot tall monopole located at the intersection of Hardin Boulevard and Beacon. You'll notice that in the years since 2016, when they originally determined that they needed that, this tower has become shorter. It's also become narrower, going from a full head frame platform down to the flush mount style, and they've moved north. In other words, this design is a compromise. Verizon, out of an abundance of preparedness, Verizon did analyze the Ariana site that had been proposed previously, and they determined that it would not be usable for a co-location because it would create interference with the ATC Lakeland site. If I can get this to point. You would likely see the same problem if they were even able to co-locate on the apartment building.
When you say interference, what does that mean?
So just cell towers are an interesting animal in that it's not like an FM tower for a radio station where you could place one in Fort Meade and reach from Wauchula to Kathleen. You have to be spaced where the need is, and you also have to be spaced relative to the other towers because they function as a network. If you are too close, the signal from the two towers will interfere with each other, and the net result is that you have a network that works worse than before trying to build the tower in the first place.
Thank you.
As you see here, this is the search ring that Verizon issued for this site. They issued it in 2016. So they have been looking for and I apologize, it's not easier to view, but when you look at this map, there's a green marker at the intersection of Hardin Boulevard and Beacon Road, surrounded by a red circle. That red circle is their search ring. That's where their most efficient solution would be. And again, that would be assuming it was a 150-foot tall, full-frame monopole at that location. So you heard that the search ring was issued in 2016. Verizon requested OneSource Towers to find and construct a location for them, or find a building to co-locate on and provide space on top of a building for co-location. OneSource site acquisition agent, Mr. Justin Dennert, who's actually a native of Lakeland, spent 3 years searching this area to find a location where a tower could be placed. You have in your record a site acquisition letter. I do not have the letter in well, I do have a map from that. This is the map. This is a map that's associated with that letter. And you'll see a bunch of blue stars on the map and one red star. The yellow line that snakes through the middle of the map is Hardin Boulevard. You can also see Ariana and Beacon. And again, these blue stars are all sites where, after combing the area, their site acquisition said there might be something that we can obtain a workable site in this location. All of those ultimately dropped out. They were either not available or did not have space where you could build a tower. Explanations on all of those are in your record under the site acquisition methodology letter. And the final one that did make the cut was the red star, which is our legacy site, which is before you today. In January, we came before your city staff for a pre-application meeting to discuss the site that is proposed, that is before you today. And at that time, staff had some concerns about it. They would have liked to see a site that provided larger residential separations, they would have liked to have seen a different design. At that point, the tower was 125 feet, but still with the full head frame. Once that happened, there was a two-pronged approach. On the one hand, I talked back and forth with your staff to discuss different designs to see if there was a design that staff could be comfortable with for the site. At the same time, OneSource went back and researched and went back through the area again around this cleaner to see if there was anything that they had missed or anything that could have changed where they might be able to find a site that could provide the same or better setbacks. This is the map showing that research. The red circle is the area that they re-reviewed. Anything that's got gray on it is a residentially used parcel. And then there's different color codings, and you can see excerpts of this map in the site acquisition methodology letter. But basically, areas that are coded purple could provide setbacks that are equal to what's proposed before you today. Areas that are red would provide less of a setback. And areas that are blue could provide setbacks which would meet your code. Candidly, there's not a lot of parcels that could meet the required separation in this area just due to the way that the land has been parceled over the years. Pretty much it would have been Lakeland Christian School or the shopping plaza. And as far as the shopping plaza goes, we would have had to place it in their front parking lot. Those owners generally do not allow communication towers to be placed in their parking lot because they're taking away customer parking spaces. During that time, OneSource also looked into locating a tower on the American Legion, a city-owned property, and this was at the request of staff. They reviewed it and and ultimately the city confirmed that that site was not available for leasing for a tower. They also dug up a gas station at the corner of Hardin and Ariana. Ultimately, the property owner declined to allow OneSource to lease that land because they're planning to expand their gas station, and the tower would be where they are planning to expand the gas station. You also heard about the apartment complex the apartment building that I touched on. Again, being 5 stories tall, it's too short to meet Verizon's RF need. I can have Mr. Torres elaborate on that if you need him to later. All right. So let's talk about the request that's before you today. Again, it is that 110-foot tall flush mount style monopole communication tower. This is a closer view of the site acquisition aerial. So I'm showing you an aerial of the vicinity of Hardin Boulevard, and in the middle of it is a green marker for the proposed tower. And as you can see, we're along a commercial corridor with I-1 on our parcel, and then everything to the south is generally C2 zoning. Hardin Boulevard runs through the middle. As you extend down either side, you have manufactured residential and apartment complex to the north of us. And then as you extend further out, you reach single-family residential. And that single family is all under urban canopy that helps break up view sheds. The other thing to keep in mind is that there's mature vegetation in the area along Hardin Boulevard on the west side, which provides additional buffering. And there's vegetation along the lot line. I can zoom in a little bit to show you. This is an aerial, just a closer view. Again, the green marker is the tower. And again, you can see the trees along the west side of Hardin Boulevard. And then you can also see trees on the property line. They don't make the tower invisible to those neighboring parcels, but they do provide buffering from the base and the lower portion of the tower. And to the extent that you have your closest apartment buildings underneath that canopy, that obstructs their view because they are under a cover that's blocking the view. You heard that the parent parcel is zoned I-1 with the future land use designation of mixed commercial corridor and a convex zoning of urban corridor. You heard that the communication towers are permitted as of right in I-1 C2 zoning. When you're looking at this from a compatibility basis, I respectfully submit that everything that meets the separation is compatible as of right under your code, just from the way that it's built, just from the way your code is written. So really the scope of the conditional use is 5 structures, 4 apartment buildings, and one of the modular residential structures to the east, and then also the separation from Hardin Boulevard. This is the elevation plan from the elevation sheet from the plans on file. When I say flush mount style monopole communication tower, I'm describing a type of tower that has a single dull gray support pole with no iron, guy wires or ironworks extending out from it. And then the antennas are bolted essentially, or mounted directly to the sides of the pole. And this is to minimize the visual profile of the tower to help make it as slender as possible. Unfortunately, they cannot use a unipole in this instance because Verizon's antennas would not fit inside the canisters. And even if they did, the equipment that's associated with those antennas needs airflow, and that airflow cannot be achieved inside a unipole canister, so it causes the equipment to fail. You heard the monopole have a dull gray finish. This is designed to co-locate up to 4 carriers. That's important under your code because your code tries to reduce the proliferation of towers. So having co-location capacity furthers that goal. OneSource has also provided an affidavit on record that they will make those co-locations available at market-based rates. These are example pictures of flush mount style communication towers. Here's one of them, and then here's another one. This one's over in St. Petersburg. Again, the goal is to just try to make it look as slim as possible, so that way there's as little visual profile as possible. This is sheet C2A from your plans, and this is the setback plan. The circle that you see is the monopole. There's a larger circle around it. That is the fall zone radius. This tower is designed so that in the unlikely event of a structural failure, it would fold over upon itself and be contained on the parent parcel. That is technology that has been around for quite some time. I remember as a child going down the interstate with my dad in 2004 I believe, when Charlie came through, and the lampposts for the interstate were folded over upon themselves. That's fall zone technology in action. Basically, you make the lever too short basically you keep it contained within a radius so it doesn't fall on something else. We are requesting a 43-foot separation to the north. There is 76 feet to the nearest residential structure, just talking in terms of the spirit of your code. The technicality of the request is to 43 feet. To the east, we are providing 114 feet of separation, so that's the technicality of the request for the waiver. But in substance, we provide 215 feet out of 220 to that nearest residential structure to the east. We exceed the code required residential separation to the west. This does require a roadway separation from Hardin Boulevard. We're requesting to provide 118 feet in lieu of 220. This tower could be sited on the parcel so that it did not need a separation waiver from Hardin Boulevard, but what that would do is it would push it to the east and bring it closer to the residential structures over there. So OneSource is trying to balance the interests of everyone involved by placing the tower as close to the middle as they can do that. This tower exceeds the I-1 district setbacks. I'm not requesting a variance at law from you. This exceeds the tower-to-tower separation requirements, and also exceeds your protected lake separation requirements. This is a sheet of the compound, just showing the different pads that will be there. Verizon will be located in the southwest corner, and then there's space for future co-locators to place their equipment within the fenced compound. That compound will be fenced and locked, and there will be the code-required landscape buffer around it to the north and the west. This is an aerial that I put together on Google Earth, and it shows the location of the tower based upon its coordinates. And then it also shows the required 220-foot separation. And you can see that the only residential structures within that separation is one modular structure, one manufactured residence, and then 4 apartment buildings. I have photo simulations just showing the area. This is just to help show that there is canopy in the area that helps break up and reduce the visibility. I can run through these now, or if you've had the opportunity to review them beforehand, I can skip them in the interest of time, since I know we have other people who will want to talk on this. So it's up to you how you'd like me to proceed on that.
Comment from the board?
Okay.
I think for the record, it would be good to go through all of those.
All right. So the first view is from Hardin Boulevard, where it's actually Sykes at this portion, looking south as you proceed to the Ariana intersection, and there is no view from this direction. The next view is from Lake Hunter Drive, along the shores of Lake Hunter, and again, because of the urban canopy, there's no view from this direction. As we proceed south through Lake Hunter, or through Dixieland along Lincoln, you can again see that there's no view. And the same is true as we move further south. This is Hardin Boulevard looking north, and this is at the distance down, it's past Beacon. The intent of these photo sims were originally laid out to show the progression down Hardin Boulevard. So this location is here, even though it doesn't proceed as a progression of you approaching the tower. This is another view from Lake Hunter, or from the Dixieland, the edge of Dixieland looking back, and you can see there is no view. This is the first location that has visibility. This is from the manufactured residential community to the east. This is the tower. And you can see at this distance, it is visible. The bottom third is buffered by the mature vegetation, the mature trees along the eastern property line. Obviously, as you get closer to those trees, those become bigger relative to the tower that's behind them. So this is some distance away to help give a better feel for how they would buffer. You'll see even at this distance, from a bulk and scale perspective, it scales down to what you see with items in the midground, such as this lamppost to the left, and that trees in the mid and foreground are able to buffer it completely. This is a view from the intersection of Hardin Boulevard and Beacon. There is some visibility of the tower. You can see it poking up from behind the landscape buffers along the road, but you can see at this distance, it's scaling down to objects that you have in the midground, such as this lamppost next to it, and even a little bit following it. And it has less scale than items in the foreground, such as the traffic light for Beacon Road. And again, you'll notice that over 2/3, possibly 3/4 of the tower is able to be buffered by vegetation at this point. This is a view from the office. I'm going to call it an office plaza. It's a commercial multi-unit building just south of the parent parcel. And as you can see, there is visibility for the monopole. But again, from a bulk and scale perspective, it scales down into objects that are in the environment already. And again, with the minimized head frame, that helps keep its width minimized as well. This is a view from the west, from the modular residential on the other side of Hardin. And you can see that this partially mature landscape buffer of cypress trees is able to block most, if not all, of the tower. You can see that there's some trees that are peaking up and they're still growing, to kind of give an idea of how this buffer is going to perform in the future. And you can also see that from a scale perspective, it's scaled down to objects in the midground, such as these power lines. This is the view from the entrance to the apartment complex. This is probably one of your most visible views for the site. And you can see even at this position, you have your trees that are buffering the bottom quarter of the tower and the base. And also from Hardin Boulevard, you can see that the trees will buffer visibility from the road itself. And then this is the view from the intersection of Hardin and Ariana. Again, you can see that the tower is scaling down into objects in the midground. And you can see that vegetation even the midground has the ability to buffer it extensively, if not completely. And they had to go looking for an open spot at this intersection. Now, just to address some housekeeping, OneSource sent out a courtesy letter to all property owners within a 500 radius prior to applying in July. They also conducted a balloon test. I had no responses from the courtesy letter, and only one person approached the balloon team while they were flying the balloon. That person was not hostile, they were friendly. Additionally, we've provided in the record an FAA determination of no hazard to air navigation. This tower will be completely dark at night. You have Verizon's RF package and analysis. You also have OneSource's site acquisition analysis, where they go through the 14 sites, including this proposed site, that they reviewed over 3 years to get here. It also includes their re-review of that whole area and the additional sites that were brought up as part of that discussion back and forth with staff. One of the things that's going on with this parent parcel is that it does have groundwater pollution from old oil tanks or old fuel tanks, and it's scheduled for cleanup under the state regulations, but that has been moving very slowly, partially due to a lack of state funds for cleanup. OneSource, as the next developer on the property, the developer that's coming in for that portion, is required to clean their portion. So soil that they dig up in the process of constructing the tower and putting in the foundations all has to be cleaned and removed. The only exception to that is the utility trench. And then any water that comes out of the site from there has to be filtered with the oil products removed from it as part of that. So this will help accelerate the cleanup of the parent parcel. You will most likely hear from members of the public today that have concerns about this site from a perspective of aesthetics, property values, and RF concerns. As far as aesthetics, you've heard me discuss the aesthetics with you and how we have done our best to minimize the visual profile of this tower, from reducing its height, reducing its design, trying to make use of the urban canopy as much as possible to help buffer it. As far as property values go, this issue just came up. Towers, I respectfully submit that towers do not affect property values. We are in the process of having additional research put forward so that we can include that in the record. I will not have that till January. If you need me to, I can continue this to allow time for that, but my understanding is that we'll be coming back for a vote in January, so it should be available for you at that time. The last is RF emissions. I would respectfully remind you that the Telecom Act of 1996 prohibits local jurisdictions from making decisions on communication towers based upon RF emissions. You have my analysis, just touching on the conditional use analysis that's in my record. Height and visual intrusiveness, you've heard me discuss that this is the minimum height necessary, that the design has been minimized as much as possible, and that it'll be a dull gray finish during the day and completely dark at night. You heard me discuss the visibility from the public view and run through the photo simulations. Proximity to residential structures, we are requesting 2 residential waivers as we discussed. However, there are mitigating factors such as vegetation along the property line, fall zone, and utter lack of availability of alternate sites. Character and uses of the structure. Hardin Boulevard, or uses of the structures in the area. Hardin Boulevard itself is a pretty intensely commercially used corridor. You have businesses that range from your less intense uses such as offices all the way up to a music hall. And you have pretty much most of the commercial uses in between. From there, you extend out into residential uses. From there, you extend out into residential uses. So I respectfully submit that we are where towers should be placed, in the commercial corridor, as far away from the residential as possible, while still being close enough to actually serve the area. Character of the land, you heard me discuss about the mature vegetation on the north and east property lines, as well as the urban canopy throughout the area. Design of the facility, you've heard me mention this several times, that the facility has been designed to have a minimum visual profile and to be as short as possible. Whether the tower reduces proliferation, I respectfully submit that this will reduce proliferation and that it exceeds your code requirement for co-locations, and your code directs directs wireless users to existing towers if there's a tower in the area that you can co-locate on. You also have the affidavit on file that those co-locations will be made available at market rate. No reasonable alternatives. You have the site acquisition methodology letter and Verizon's RF analysis, and we also just discussed rather extensively that there are no reasonable alternatives available. Candidly, there's no alternatives available at all. So just to conclude, Verizon respectfully requests the Planning Commission recommend approval of the flush mount monopole to the City Council as depicted in the application. That concludes my presentation. I and Mr. Torres are available for any questions that you have, and I reserve any remaining time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Board, have any questions of the applicant?
Yes. I actually have two questions. And you may have touched on this when you talked about the interference factor, but I was curious to know what impact will this proposal have on customers who are not Verizon?
First still stands at 0.0 inches, and the total snowfall since July 1st still is 0.0 inches. There were no heating degree days yesterday, and there were 5 cooling degree days yesterday. The normal high temperature for today is 72 degrees, and the normal low is 54. The record high for today is 85, which occurred in 1961, and the record low is 33, which occurred in 1944. Sunrise today is at 7:14 a.m. and sunset is at 5:37 p.m. Tide forecast. At St. Petersburg, low tide Tuesday at 8:50 a.m. High tide Tuesday at 4:32 p.m. Low tide Tuesday at 6:41 p.m. The current time is 9:17 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. These are the 9 a.m. observations for the local area on Tuesday, December 15th. At Tampa International, it was mostly sunny. The temperature was 65 degrees, the dew point 59, and the relative humidity 81%. The wind was calm. The pressure was 30.04 inches and rising. At St. Pete Clearwater Airport, it was mostly sunny. The temperature was 63 degrees, the dew point 60, and the relative humidity 90%. The wind was calm. The pressure was 30.03 inches and rising. At downtown St. Petersburg, it was mostly sunny. The temperature was 63 degrees, the dew point 62, and the relative humidity 97%. The wind was calm. The pressure was 30.02 inches and rising. At Lakeland, it was cloudy. The temperature was 64 degrees, the dew point 59, and the relative humidity 82%. The wind was calm. The pressure was 30.04 inches and rising. Elsewhere around the region at Brooksville, it was sunny with a temperature of 60. At MacDill Air Force Base, it was mostly sunny with a temperature of 64. It was partly sunny with a temperature of 61 at Orlando, 68 at Venice Municipal Airport, 67 at Punta Gorda, and 69 at Fort Myers. It was cloudy with a temperature of 64 at Plant City Municipal Airport, 64 at Bartow, 64 at Kissimmee, and 66 at Sarasota Bradenton Airport. Marine reports along the coast and offshore buoys. At the Seaman site at Cedar Key, winds were northeast at 7 knots. Air temperature 53 degrees. At the Seaman site at Venice. Winds were calm. Sea temperature 69 degrees. Air temperature 67 degrees. At 100 miles west of Bayport. Winds were northeast at 6 knots. Wave height 4 feet. Wave period 5 seconds. At 210 miles west of Captiva. Winds were north at 6 knots. Sea temperature 78 degrees. Wave height 4 feet. Wave period 8 seconds. Your coastal waters forecast for the KHB 32 listening area for the following marine location, Tampa Bay waters. Issued at 9:14 a.m. This afternoon, northeast winds around 5 knots, then becoming west in the afternoon. Bay and inland waters smooth. Tonight, northeast winds around 5 knots, then becoming east toward morning. Bay and inland waters smooth. Wednesday, southeast winds around 5 knots, then becoming south around 15 knots in the late morning and afternoon. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. A slight chance of thunderstorms. Showers likely in the afternoon. Wednesday night, west winds around 10 knots, then becoming northwest toward morning. Bay and inland waters a light chop. A chance of showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening. Thursday, northwest winds 5 to 10 knots, increasing to around 15 knots in the late morning and afternoon. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Thursday night, north winds 5 to 10 knots, increasing to around 15 knots after midnight. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Friday, northeast winds around 15 knots, diminishing to 5 to 10 knots late in the afternoon. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Friday night, northeast winds around 10 knots. Bay and inland waters a light chop. Saturday, northeast winds around 10 knots. Bay and inland waters a light chop. Your coastal waters forecast for the KHB 32 listening area for the following marine location, coastal waters from Englewood to Tarpon Springs out 20 nautical miles. Issued at 9:14 a.m. This afternoon, north winds around 5 knots, then becoming northwest in the afternoon. Seas 2 to 3 feet. Bay and inland waters smooth. Tonight, northeast winds around 5 knots, then becoming east toward morning. Seas 2 to 3 feet. Bay and inland waters smooth. Wednesday, southeast winds 5 to 10 knots, then becoming south 10 to 15 knots late in the morning, then increasing to around 20 knots in the afternoon. Seas 2 to 4 feet. Bay and inland waters choppy. A chance of showers in the morning. A slight chance of thunderstorms. Showers likely in the afternoon. Wednesday night, southwest winds around 10 knots, then becoming northwest around 15 knots after midnight. Seas 2 to 4 feet. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. A chance of showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening. Thursday, northwest winds around 15 knots. Seas 2 to 4 feet. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Thursday night, north winds around 15 knots. Seas 2 to 4 feet. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Friday, northeast winds around 15 knots. Seas 2 to 4 feet. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Friday night, northeast winds around 15 knots. Seas 2 to 3 feet. Bay and inland waters a moderate chop. Saturday, northeast winds around 10 knots. Seas 2 feet. Bay and inland waters a light chop. Your coastal waters forecast for the KHB 32 listening area for the following marine location, coastal waters from Englewood to Tarpon Springs out 20 to 60 nautical miles. Issued at 9:14 a.m. This afternoon, north winds around 5 knots. Seas 2 to 4 feet. Tonight, northeast winds around 5 knots, then becoming east around 10 knots after midnight. Seas 2 to 3 feet. Wednesday, southeast winds 10 to 15 knots, then becoming south around 20 knots in the late morning and afternoon. Seas 4 to 6 feet.
An internet service.
So those are different services, and mostly those are cable-based. So for example, Fios is the old Verizon network back when they were in the cable business, and it's a fiber optic network that's been put throughout throughout the area. So there's no broadcast except when they're providing their broad Wi-Fi to the area. Spectrum is the same way, but they're using a cable system, a copper cable system mostly. And again, that's stuff that's in the ground except for where they're providing Wi-Fi. But Wi-Fi is a different frequency than cellular coverage.
That was essentially my question. Thank you.
I apologize if I gave you too much of an answer.
That's okay, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name at the very beginning, so we're even.
Other questions? Of course, my carrier leases from Verizon. They use Verizon poles throughout the country, at least the carrier I use. So that's, any other questions for the applicant? How about the...
Actually, I have one more question, sorry. At any point in time down the road, will there ever be an increase in the height of the pole?
This is Matt Tenaya, John again. I do not anticipate an increase in the height. If you are concerned about that, you can actually write the height into the face of the conditional use approval, and followed by the language stating that increases in height would require an additional conditional use. And the FCC has interpreted such language as to require a tower owner to come back and go through public zoning to request additional height.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. We can go into hearing from the public. Those in the audience who wish to testify.
Mr. Chairman, just one more thing before you open up for public comment. I just do want to mention that the staff did receive approximately 5 emails in opposition and 3 calls. We did receive a number of emails, but a lot of them were from the same person. So, in true, it was about 5 emails and 3 calls. So, just wanted to let you know that before you open it up to public comment. Thank you, sir.
Anybody from the audience like to address this issue?
Mr. Chair, if I may, just a couple housekeeping items. In the on the agenda, this is shown as a consideration of a final decision. Yes. And that's because the board's bylaws say that conditional uses may be voted on in the same meeting as the public hearing. So in case some folks may be confused by that, because of previous cell tower applications, we've had multiple hearings in front of this board. This one's a little bit different because it's a conditional use application. So the board can take final action today, and it is on the agenda as consideration of a final decision. Another thing to note, the bylaws also state that 4 votes are required to transact business. So that means whatever
has to be unanimous.
Has to be unanimous today due to the amount of board members that we have.
Thank you. Okay, we'll have a staff recommendation.
I just wanted to state that because I don't know if there are members of the public who were not getting up to speak because they were under the impression that this would be coming back for another hearing. It's not. So
yes, come forward.
I asked the city about that, and I was told that the vote would take place.
Come forward, please, so we can all.
Mr. Chair, if I could provide clarification, further clarification. As a matter of practice on the agendas, we have listed conditional uses as consideration of final decision, just because, as Mr. Simpson stated, your bylaws allow for that process to occur. However, in cases where we know that there is a lot of public comment or testimony that has to be reviewed, we still list it on the agenda as final decision, but we don't make a recommendation. So I will tell the board and staff and the public here today, we do not have a staff recommendation prepared for today. This will be coming back to you at your January meeting.
So the vote will be next month then?
That is correct.
Okay, the public hearing, come forward, please. Give your name and address for the record.
My name is Jennifer Aguilar. My address is 1545 South Webster Avenue, Lakeland, Florida, 33803.
Verizon Wireless is the only company the applicant provided cell needs for. This slide shows the coverage with red as unreliable and green as reliable, as we've seen. I am a Verizon customer. I live where it says home on there, and I have no problems with Verizon as my provider. I've been a customer of yours for over 10 years, but tomorrow I'm going to see what I can do to make sure I'm no longer your customer. Do you see the proposed site? Where is it? What color is it? It is green, because the location has reliable coverage. You would be putting a tower in a spot literally with no coverage problems. I'd like to also point out this tower will not solve the much greater needs for what you see in red near Lake Bonnet, Lake Lone Palm, West Lakeland, and Oak Ridge, etc. I saw in the documentation the priority for this was a level C. And I've asked for clarification. What is a level C? That doesn't sound like tomorrow nobody's going to have cell phone coverage. These are the sites the candidate went through and explored, which I actually labeled in pink, and I'm sorry it's hard to see. But you can see they spent 3 years saying, oh, we finally dug up this space at the gas station at the middle of, of our ring. Let's go to Lakeland Christian. Let's go to the Southwest Complex. Let's go to Dobbins Park. Let's go to Legacy Christian Church, Southwest Middle School, Southwest Elementary School, Grasslands. They spent 3 years to dig up these locations where I live. They actually had a deal at Extra Space Storage, but they wanted to build it up for 4 providers, and they said no. You want to put 1 tower up here for Verizon? You're more than welcome to. Why didn't they mention that? There are other alternative locations here. Why did the applicant explore Southwest Elementary School instead of Southgate? Why did the applicant go nearly a mile north to the children's home but not a mile west on the remote land? Why have they not considered building a tower that they do not have at Lakeside Village instead of the small antennas they have that are hidden on the roof of the Hampton Inn? Verizon said the serving area for this tower is 3.7 square miles. And this is what I'm pretty much showing you here. There's more to explore. And you will receive, again, another application because plenty of opportunity exists, and so does plenty of money following this trail. On the cell tower's engineering design, Verizon, which I believe was provided by you, said, quote, "This move and antenna height reduction makes this candidate on the very edge of acceptable design thresholds." Would you feel confident in constructing a home for your family with materials on the very brink of acceptability? So why are you considering building our city on the very edge of acceptable design thresholds? In communities that have improved their tower sitting instead of violating them, such as Palo Alto, you can't even put up a tower within 600 feet of a school. Yet here we are today, Lakeland, hearing recommendations that we violate setbacks by a factor of 5 and doubling the tower's capacity for what its height is. And for who? Verizon, a global hundreds of billions dollar cell phone tower company? You're telling me they don't have the means to find a better solution? The residents who live here, the companies that do business here, we follow the rules. Verizon certainly should be no exception to invest in our technology infrastructure appropriately and responsibly. Better options will come alone. I know where I live, and I know, again, this is inappropriate for my community.
Thank you very much. Time is up. Anybody else would speak to this? Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Marco Aguilar, 1545 South Webster Avenue. I am an IT professional with over 16 years in the tech industry. I am here trying to defend my home and my neighborhood. The city keeps pushing cell towers next to schools and homes, and that is simply wrong. The cell phone industry has grown exponentially. It is no longer about being able to make a phone call. It's now about data. I want it fast and I want it now. A true moneymaker. Cell tower acquisitionists all over the country go around looking for spots where they can make a quick profit, sometimes close to homes, but thankfully, city ordinances on cell towers protect residents before it gets too far. Let me be clear. I'm not against cell towers. I believe in building a strong technology infrastructure, but not at the expense of kids in their schools or residents in their homes. I walked around the neighborhoods and I saw the people. Nobody was in favor. 3 phone calls? Are you kidding me? I'm against a powerful structure that is unsafe to live next to, especially when it violates so many city codes. Come on. We do realize the large amounts of EMF we're putting ourselves through, wanting faster and faster past our limit. Look at us today. We are here trying to override city ordinances that were put in place to protect its residents, to allow a very powerful cell tower with not only 2 providers, but 4. Double the capacity to violate city code again. We are basically fighting among ourselves. We are Lakeland residents. We live here. We work here. We do business here. We pay taxes here. We vote for our elected officials who see the best interests of its residents. Why is the city even considering this tower? Where are those residents asking for this? Where? If you are truly doing this for us, your residents, then hear this. No, thank you. We don't want it. Move on. There's plenty of land in Lakeland where this tower can be built. I don't believe that. I don't believe that there's none. Board members, I know you have been placed in a tough position to decide on a project that was handed to you by city staff. Please hear your Lakeland residents. I know you received the emails. I know they've been sent to you. We cannot accept this project with this number of code violations. I ask you to consider the health risks. You have families that live here. You have kids that go to school here. You do not need me to explain to you what happens when you put an egg inside a microwave for 10 seconds. Cell tower equipment keeps getting powerful with each generation. We are using 4G, 5G towers. The egg that comes out of the microwave is not magic. It's technology.
Time's up.
Be responsible with using this technology and where you decide to place it. I also hope you do realize that the extremely wealthy cell phone industry is powerful enough to dominate the stand of the FCC with its vague 1996 regulations. City of Lakeland residents are aware of the dangers caused by EMF, and we're not willing to be part of the data.
Time is up. We've heard enough.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the public audience would like to speak to this issue? Apparently not. How about the board? Have any comments? It will be brought back, I understand now, next month for the final decision. It will not be a public hearing, but it will be brought for the...
The rules allow you to take action, but it sounds like the staff is asking to bring it back so that they have the opportunity to make a recommendation. So
I move that we wait until the next meeting to allow for the staff recommendation to come out before we vote on this issue.
Second.
Second.
Been moved and seconded.
Mr. Chair, I believe that the applicant did request rebuttal to the public comment, and it may be appropriate to hear that before postponing the item.
This is Mataniah John again, and I'm going to need Mr. Torres to come up as well. So just trying to touch on a few things. I sent an email to Mr. Lyons about the priority level for this site. Once upon a time, Verizon used to classify sites A through D. It means that they have gaps, but they're forecasting how long they think it'll take to find a site they can bring on air. So an A is something that you can bring on air quickly, so you can solve that right away. And a D is a very long-term project that you know is going to be in site acquisition for a long time. So that goes back to the priority levels. You have extra space storage has been addressed in the site acquisition methodology letter. There was a point in time where one source almost was able to obtain a lease there, and then the property owner made the terms untenable. Basically, they said you can build this tower, and then we get all the rent off of it, and you can pay the mortgage. Even under federal law, that's not a feasible site, and that's keeping in mind the fact that federal law says you don't get your most efficient site, you get the compromised site, something that is feasible. There was a discussion that another tower will come along by Ms. Aguilar. I respectfully submit that based upon a case called T-Mobile v. City of Margate, I can get the citation for you. You do a future alternate that could come along is a hypothetical alternate. And a hypothetical alternate is not properly before you for consideration. What we have brought before you are alternate sites in the area that we researched over the course of 3.5 years for your consideration to show how we got from other sites to here, to show that we did not go off half-cocked saying, this is the location that we want, we have an answer in hand. Instead, there was an extensive research process that ultimately yielded this site for a lack of alternates. I'm going to have Mr. Torres speak now. Mr. Torres, would you please state your name again for the record?
Santiago Torres.
So, Mr. Torres, there was discussion that if the tower had been, let's see. May I have my PowerPoint presentation back? Thank you very much. Let's see, where's my separation? So I'm going to start with this search ring right here. What's the diameter of Verizon's original search ring for this site?
0.25 miles.
And what does that mean? How does that control the OneSource's search for an alternate site?
So we put the center of the ring at the ideal location to maximize our capacity offload and our coverage offload. But we also give our real estate specialists a radius where they can look for alternative options in case the solution we really want is not available.
And how would a shift of this tower a mile to the west affect the coverage that would be provided from this tower?
So if you shift to the west, if you show the current coverage, you will see that it wouldn't fix the issues that we have both east and west of Hardin Boulevard. If we shifted a mile west, we may be able to fix some of the west, but we would have to look for another solution to the east.
So if you shifted a mile to the west, forgive me. If you shifted a mile to the west, would you still need a tower serving this area?
Yeah, we would have to release another ring for that area.
So in other words, would you need 2 towers to do the job of 1?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I know Ms. Aguilar spoke about visibility. I would direct you to the fact that her property is located under that urban canopy. So I sincerely doubt that there would be any visibility of the tower from her residence. Let's see. I know Mr. Aguilar spoke that he was an IT professional. I can go hunting for the case. I have it on my spreadsheet. But essentially, the engineering background that you have matters. And there's a difference between being an IT professional who works with computer networks and being someone who works with cellular networks. If you would like, I can have Mr. Torres discuss the procedures and disciplines that are applicable to his profession as a wireless network engineer and how that differs from working with IT systems if you would like.
It's not necessarily for me.
Okay.
No.
I would respectfully submit that the only competent substantial evidence before you on RF need is Verizon's RF package and Mr. Torres's testimony as a RF engineer. And I would still again remind you that our emissions are regulated by the federal government. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
Do I understand that federal law prohibits turning something like this down because of the radiation or whatever?
Mr. Chair, I have the code right here, and it is it's Title 47 of the U.S. Code, Section 332, subparagraph C, subparagraph 7, and the title of that paragraph is the Preservation of Local Zoning Authority, and it says that nothing in this chapter shall limit or affect the authority of a state or local government or instrumentality thereof over decisions regarding the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities. However, it goes on to say that there are limitations to that zoning authority, and it says that the regulation of the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities by any local government shall not unreasonably discriminate among providers of functionally equivalent services and shall not prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting the provision of personal wireless services. And then it goes on to say that no state or local government may regulate the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities on the basis of the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions to the extent that such facilities comply with the Commission's regulations concerning such emissions. So I would interpret that, and many courts have also interpreted that to say that if this body or the city as a local government regulates the placement based on the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions, that we've violated the clear preemption in federal law. But we do retain zoning authority for traditional zoning concerns like aesthetics, impacts, compatibility. Those sorts of things are still within our jurisdiction, but when it comes to radio frequency emissions, the Federal Communications Commission sets those standards, and those standards are uniform nationwide, and that is one of the purposes of that preemption, is to create that uniformity.
So they've found no indication that the RF or whatever is hurting students and residents and that kind of thing. There's been no evidence of that.
I can't speak to the particulars of how the FCC has set those standards. The only thing I can say is that they're outside of the bounds of this proceeding. And unfortunately, if folks do have concerns about that, the remedy that's available to them is to go to the FCC and try to be heard there. We don't have jurisdiction to consider it.
Very good, thank you.
I want to make one comment to Mr. Aguilar. I can assure you, because we are in Florida and this is a government in the Sunshine State, that I have not received one email, and we do not speak of these issues outside of this forum. So I just want to assure you that we haven't received, at least I haven't received, any emails from anyone on this subject.
Thank you. I think this will be brought back next month then for a final decision, staff recommendation.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I believe we did have a motion and a second for that postponement to next month.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. See you next month for the final determination. Thank you all for. Now we can move on to item 3.
Item number 3, conditional use to allow a retail commercial bank on approximately 0.21 acres located at 221 East Main Street. Owner applicant Harris I. Estroff. Consideration of final decision.
Good morning. For the record, Todd Vargo with Community and Economic Development. The property before you today is one we all know, 221 East Main Street. It's located at the corner of South Kentucky and Main Street. It is the former home of a retail clothing store, Nathan's Men's Store. You can see here, this is the view from Main Street, and this is the view from Kentucky. The subject property has a future land use designation of Regional Activity Center and C7 zoning. C7 is our Munn Park Historic District zoning, which is located in the downtown. The applicant is seeking conditional use approval for a retail commercial bank. The indoor space for this building is approximately 9,150 square feet. The bank will occupy the front portion. Here's the corner, this in the right-hand, bottom right-hand corner is the corner of Main Street in Kentucky. So the proposed bank will be in the front, and then in the rear will be a private dining room for the 1961 restaurant next door. The use of banks, credit unions, and savings and loan associations is a conditional use in the C7 zoning district. That's why we're here today. At this location, however, there's no planned drive-through or drive-up. They'll be serving pedestrian customers only. We don't actually allow drive-through or drive-in facilities in the downtown area in the C7 zoning district. And staff's main concern is that this retains the look, the building retains the facade of a retail structure. So we do have a condition, which you'll see later, that any changes or alterations to the facade need to be approved by the Historic Preservation Board, although I will note that the engineer or the applicant states that no changes to the facade are planned. One of the reasons that we're concerned about that is naturally the look of downtown, and then our land development code also requires that 60% of the building's frontage at the street level along Kentucky and Main be oriented to retail or service uses, which the use of a retail commercial bank satisfies that requirement. I guess with that, I'll ask the applicant if they want to come up and make a presentation.
Please come forward, cite your name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. For the record, Mark Wilson with Kimley Horn and Associates at 116 South Kentucky Avenue in Lakeland, representing Mr. Harris Estroff, the applicant, today for this. I'll touch on a few things for Todd. Again, we're a C7 zoning district, so it's an allowed use, just requires a conditional use, which is why we're here today before you. You may know that BB&T Bank is on Munn Park, for those that are familiar with that area. And then not too far to our south is Mid-Florida Credit Union, which is not on Munn Park, but it's in close proximity. So we're proposing a bank or financial institution, and the conditions that staff has presented here today we agree with. We have no significant changes proposed to the facade. I mean, likely the awning is going to change, so there'll be some subtle changes like that along in the signage. We're not going to keep Nathan's Men's Store up there, so there's going to be some subtle changes, but we're certainly interested in keeping what's been there for a long time and keeping that look of the building. So,
Will those windows in the front have to be changed too?
they're going to be changed out and updated, and of course the second floor, there's going to be a business moving in on the second floor as well, which has been vacant for a number of years. So it's likely that all the windows in the building are going to be updated. There'll be some major renovations interior, but it's still going to maintain a similar look on the exterior as far as the size of the windows that you have today. So.
And this bank is strictly a walk-in, is that correct?
Yes, sir. So no drive-through, which I guess is going to be true. Mid-Florida's kind of closed their lobby, but BB&T, neither one of those banks, in that downtown core, have a drive-through right there in close proximity. So similar, we're not going to have a drive-through. It'll be a walk-in only.
Where will the employees park?
I believe right now they're probably going to be parking in the Main Street garage. So those businesses in downtown, I know our office is in close proximity, or right across the street actually, and we park in the Main Street garage. So you also have the other garage the city's recently partnered on that's just south of us. So there's some public parking and pay for parking as well there that you can rent. We rent our parking to the city as where our employees park. So
Can you tell us which financial institution is going to go there?
I cannot release that yet. So it'll be a bank financial institution. So, yeah.
Other questions from the board? This is a public hearing. Thank you. Anybody from the audience like to address this issue? Apparently not. The staff, this is up for final decision, staff recommendation.
Yes. If I can read out the conditions of approval. We do recommend approval. Number 1, site plan. The project shall be developed in substantial accordance with the floor plan included as attachment C. Minor adjustments may be made at the time of building permit review with the approval of the Director of Community and Economic Development. Number 2, permitted uses. A bank which primarily offers retail and commercial banking services. Specialized services such as financial advisors and mortgage lending / refinancing shall only be permitted as an accessory use. Short-term consumer lending services, i.e. payday loans, shall be prohibited. Number 3, exterior changes. Any changes to the exterior of the building shall require the review and approval by the Historic Preservation Board. Any automated teller machines, or ATMs, shall be accessed and located within the interior of the building. Again, kind of stuff we kind of all talked about during the presentation. So, again, we recommend approval.
Questions? Recommendation to have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I would like to propose a modification to the last condition that states that any exterior alteration would require review by the Historic Preservation Board, given the fact that some of those alterations may be of a minor nature that the staff could approve rather than it going to the full design review committee of the Historic Preservation Board. So I would suggest that that condition reads that any changes to the exterior of the building shall require a certificate of review issued by the Historic Preservation Board or its staff.
So this should be added to this.
That condition should be modified so that it allows for the staff to approve administrative changes to the facade, and those that are more major in nature would have to go before the full design review committee of the board. So again, any exterior changes would require a certificate of review issued by either the Historic Preservation Board or its staff.
We have a motion to accept this amendment to the recommendation.
So moved.
And moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. It passes. That will be added. So now we can vote on the final approval with the amendment. Hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion for approval. Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Passes unanimously.
Item number 4, minor modification of PUD Plan Unit Development zoning to modify access points and adopt a new site development plan on property located at 3611 Drainfield Road. Owner, Airport Commerce Partners, LLC. Applicant, Kendra McBee. And this is the consideration of the final decision.
Good morning again for the record. My name is Philip Scarce, Principal Planner with Community Economic Development. Here we have a minor modification of a PUD, Airports Commerce Park PUD, located at Drainfield and Airport Road. Get on the west side there. We'll zoom in a little bit. This is Drainfield, and this is Airport. The overall Airport Commerce Park is here, but the parcel that's affected is this piece at the corner here. It is currently approved for, this is the approved site plan, PUD site plan. It is currently approved for a convenience store with gas. We're gonna modify the plan to allow convenient with gas. So basically what's happening is the site plan is changing to allow this site plan, which is a more traditional style 7-Eleven site plan design and not the design you see here. So in a sense, what we're doing is a minor modification, just change the site plan. There are also some change of conditions. I apologize, I didn't have enough time to get them on this slideshow, so we'll run through it. That's why I handed out each one for you. So I'll run through the modified conditions as well. But as you can see, again, this is the approved layout of the convenience store with the gas. Again, it backs up to that corner here. It's again, we're going to it's more of a traditional 7-Eleven design gas station with your gas pumps, fronting. This is Drainfield Road here. It will share access with a future Wendy's fast food restaurant that's under review, or I think it has been reviewed, it just hasn't been constructed yet, as well as we're changing some access points along Airport Road to meet the county's and FDOT criteria. So, just to give you some shots, I apologize for my shadow in the foreground there. That's it was getting late in the afternoon, but this is the corner, undeveloped. You can see the Shell gas station on the other side of Airport Road. This is looking due west on County Line Road. On Drainfield Road. This is you can see the Wendy's sign there. They're getting ready to develop, and a portion of the park has been developed. The western portion of the park has been developed as well. Back here. So. Again, I'll just run through your conditions, and on that page 1 there, the permitted uses, nothing's changing the permitted uses on Tract A. This is Tract A. Just instead of Jones Industrial Drive, that has been changed to Airport Commerce Drive. And then if you turn to page 3, the project access and circulation is being modified. Development within Tract A shall be limited to one access point on Stereo 572 Airport Road, as shown in attachment C2, which is this new attachment in the PUD modification. So there's going to be 2 site plans, this one and the previous one, just the other one X'd out. Development within Tract A shall be limited to one full movement driveway on Drainfield Road and Airport Commerce Drive intersection, and a second full movement driveway on Drainfield Road to be located between Airport Commerce Drive and the convenience store site. A separate shared right-in only driveway is allowed to the convenience store with the addition of the concrete separator on Drainfield Road between the east and westbound travel lane to restrict turning movement. And again, same changes related to Jones Industrial Drive. That's changed to Airport Commerce Drive. And those are basically the substantial changes to the conditions. And if you see on the last page, a new attachment C2 has been added, which is the map you see here on the screen. The previous site plan, where I have the circle, I'll go back one. Yeah. Here, there'd be an X through that portion of the site plan, so we're adopting this new site plan for the 7-Eleven convenience store. And we recommend approval of that minor modification. I'm not sure if the applicants here would like to speak, but I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Did you say that the Wendy's that parcel is north of where this construction is going to be?
Excuse me, it is, it's due west.
The Wendy's is on the west. What is north?
North, I don't know if there's a proposed building structure there yet. There hasn't been anything. There's just a light industrial use there.
So I'm looking at this attachment C2. So your entrance coming off Airport Road you're going to be sharing an entrance with that parcel to the north of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you don't know what that is going to be as of yet?
No.
Okay. And the same thing, you'll be sharing an exit and an entrance in front of Wendy's, with Wendy's to the south, or to the west, excuse me?
Correct.
Okay,
That is right here.
yeah, okay.
Other questions?
In terms of the sidewalk, could you show exactly where, it says frontage, but I'm not sure what that means.
Where the post sidewalk is just along their frontage of it's right outside the property line, and it connects to the intersection for pedestrian safety and runs up along and around the project drive. It basically just goes around the site. And there's internal connections from the sidewalk to the entrance, and those will be reviewed in more detail during the site plan.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anybody from the public like to, or the audience like to address this issue? Does anybody, the board member, want to hear from the applicant itself, or do we have enough? Apparently we're okay. We'll have the recommendation then for the final decision. We'll vote on it.
Excuse me, sir, I apologize. I went through the conditions. Staff does recommend approval.
Staff's recommended approval of this issue. Hear a motion?
I move to approve the minor modification.
Been moved and seconded. Yep. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pass unanimously. Next.
Item number 5, application of RA3 single-family residential zoning on approximately 7.02 acres located east of Mall Hill Drive and south of Lakeland Square Mall. Owner, Victory Assembly of God of Lakeland. Applicant, City of Lakeland. Consideration of final decision.
Good morning again, Joshua Chain with Community Economic Development. The subject property is located on the east side of Mall Hill Drive, south of Lakeland Square Mall, and north of Victory Assembly of God Church's main campus. It is just over 7 acres, and this was annexed into the City of Lakeland in June of 1997. It currently has residential medium future land use, but no zoning designation at present. The property was recently donated by Dr. James Gills to the church, and this is a city-initiated request for the application of RA3 zoning to the property so that can be included with CUP 19-012, which was a request that the board approved late last year for a major modification to an existing conditional use that will allow for the relocation of the school's facilities. Unfortunately, the CUP was waiting on this request, so this is an expedited request by staff for you to apply RA3 zoning to this parcel. And again, just looking at the site, this is Hampton Hills. This is a PUD for residential zoning. This is Lowe's. This is Lakeland Square Mall. This is O1 zone property owned by the church. This is the subject property before you today. This is now also owned by the church. This is Victory, the church, as well as the Victory Christian Academy's campus here. And we are requesting that you approve our request for RA3 zoning to this subject property. And with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Questions of the staff. Anybody have questions? And this is also for final decision. Is there anybody from the audience who would like to address this item? Apparently not. So up for a vote. Hear a motion.
Make a motion for approval?
Second.
Then moving second, we accept the staff's recommendation for item number 5. All those in favor say by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Move on to item 6.
Item 6, major modification of PUD planned unit development zoning for Tract E of Morgan Creek Preserve to allow for the construction of 56 single-family detached homes on approximately 35.08 acres, generally located south of Medulla Road, east of Hamilton Road, and north of West Pipkin Road. 4806 Hamilton Road. Owner, English Creek LLC. Applicant, Wood and Associates Engineering LLC.
Again, for the record, Joshua Cheney with Community Economic Development. The property is approximately 35 acres, and it is a tract located south of the intersection of Hamilton Road and Medulla Road, and this is north of West Pipkin Road, as you can see here to the south. This is Hamilton Road, this is Medulla. It currently has residential low future land use, and it is identified as Tract E within the Morgan Creek Preserve Planned Unit Development. This was approved by the City Commission in 2004, being specifically reserved for future development pending the resolution of site access and being subject to the modification of the PUD. Presently, the applicant, Wood and Associates Engineering, is requesting approval for the construction of 56 single-family detached homes within a subdivision that will access the local road network via recently approved suburban plan development here to the north. Again, this is Hamilton Road here. This is Medulla. This is the subject property before you today. This is Tract D within the existing Morgan Creek Preserve Planned Unit Development. This site was approved. It is located in the unincorporated area as a suburban plan development that's similar to our PUD process. It was approved by the Polk County Board of County Commissioners on December 1st. It is a 9.94 acre tract in the unincorporated area, again, that was approved for 29 single-family homes, 29 lots, excuse me. And before you today is the request for this 35-acre parcel here to the south, which would access the local road network via the road that would be constructed as part of this suburban plan development. And they are requesting 56 units. And with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant. Actually, let me just show you a couple photos here. This is looking to the south. This is looking to the east on Medulla. And then this is to the northeast, to the northwest. There you can see the intersection. And this would be looking to the west towards County Line Road. And then again, this is another shot of the site. It is in the unincorporated area. And with that, I'll hand it over to the applicant for their presentation.
Thank you. Come forward, please. Give your name and address for the record.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Bart Allen, Land Use Attorney with the Peterson & Myers Law Firm, 225 East Lemon Street, Lakeland, Florida, here today on behalf of the applicant, Cascara 2 LLC. While Mr. Lyons, I appreciate him, he's putting on our PowerPoint presentation. I want to appreciate everybody's time. It's nice to see some familiar faces, and it's nice to see some new ones on the board this morning. What we're here today on behalf of Cascara 2 is we're asking for a PUD modification in Tract E of what has historically been referred to as the Morgan Creek PUD. Although this is a separate project, this is not, while it is a part of that, this tract is a part of that PUD, this is a separate project from the existing Morgan Creek subdivision that has been at least partially developed within this PUD. With me today, we have Mr. Dennis Wood of Wood and Associates Engineering Firm. He's been working on the planning and the civil design of this site, and I will have him stand up and speak to a few very specific issues on the site plan at the appropriate time. But because this project has been Well, let me introduce the site just a little bit further. As you can see here on the screen, this is the city of Lakeland city limits. This blue star is generally located in the southwest quadrant of the city limits. The property is 35 acres more or less that is before you today. There is a companion case that has been approved, as Mr. Cheney indicated, by the Board of County Commissioners earlier in this month for 29 units on 9.97 acres. That is in place and approved. So what is before you today is just Tract E, and we're looking to do about 1.59, 1.6 dwelling units per acre with 10,000 square foot minimum lots on our site. Trying to get familiar with this clicker here. To touch on that multi-jurisdictional concept a little bit, as you can see on your aerial, you got the intersection of Hamilton Road and Medulla Road. The area in blue is the 10-acre parcel, the 9.9 plus or minus acre parcel. That is a part of the SPD, a suburban plan development that was approved by the Board of County Commissioners. The yellow to the south is Tract E of the Morgan Creek PUD. Just want to be very clear as well on your site. You can see this Hamilton Road here to the south. That is a private road. We are not, this project will not be utilizing that road. It is being carved out and left out of the project. It's not being modified. It's not being impacted. Anybody that has access to that road today will continue to have the same access that it in the future, regardless of the project. The access will be a new driveway curb cut into the site at Medulla Road. That does meet, it has been reviewed, it does meet all of the spacing criteria for Medulla Road through the county review process. That location is consistent with their requirements. This is, again, just kind of covering over the site. This is the site plan. Again, you can see our entrance in the middle of the site with the SPD, and then the 38 acres on the backside on the south end, looking at 10,000 square foot lots for a total of 56 units. This project has been before this board on a number of occasions. I mean, this is in old PUD, so I would allow for a little leniency on me going through some of the history, because I think the history is important. It provides a lot of context for this site. So I've got a few things that I want to run through. This property was annexed in 2001. So this property came into the city in 2001. It was provided with, this is again the site here, residential low on your future land use map. Your residential low per your policy 1E of your comprehensive plan allows up to 5 dwelling units per acre. The properties around it, and one of the properties around it here on the north, those are in unincorporated Polk County. The properties immediately adjacent are designated residential suburban. Residential suburban allows a range of dwelling units or densities, starting with the base by right of 1 unit per 5 acre up to 3 dwelling units per acre, which is how when you go through the SPD process, you can go up to 3 dwelling units an acre, which is what was done with the county. To the north, on the north side of Medulla, in this area is ARR. ARR is again starting at 1 dwelling unit per 5 acre, but then also through a PD process, through RRD specifically, it would be allowed to go up to 2 dwelling units an acre. So it's a range of dwelling units that are allowed. It has to go through additional approval processes, similar to what we're doing here today, but it is allowed to go up to those densities. Here's the zoning map. Again, just for purposes, you can see this is the Morgan Creek PUD. This entire yellow is the Morgan Creek PUD, and the subject, Tract E, is highlighted in blue. And you can again see Hamilton Road, Medulla, to orient ourselves. To the south, on the south side of Pipkin, are some substantial single-family dwellings. You got the Publix that's going out here at the corner, and some other development in the area. So getting back to history, in 1999, the Wellman Lord families, it was actually a combination of trust and family members, there had been a long history there, entered into an agreement with the city of Lakeland to dedicate additional right-of-way along Medulla Road. That was in 1999. In 1999, that also contemplated annexation and assignment of future land uses at the appropriate time, when the city so chose. In 2001, 2 years later, that did happen. The property, all the Wellman property was annexed, including this piece of Morgan Creek that we are here today on, as well as the balance of the Morgan Creek PUD. In 2004, the property went through the entitlement process. It was assigned land use, the residential low that you saw before you, and it was incorporated into the PUD. At that time, and I'll show you in my next slide, I'll show you what it was getting at. At that time, the access to Tract E was undetermined. So they did not assign a unit count to it. They did not assign a development specific density to it. But what they did is they reserved it for future residential development. And it is identified as such in the 2004 ordinance that was adopted by the city and in the staff report. And specifically, you can see here I have a couple quotes. Tract E is reserved for future development pending resolution of site access. That was in 2004. So again, going all the way back to 2004, this is what was contemplated. And the determination was subject to a PUD modification. And we're here today, 16 years later, for a PUD modification for the assignment of the unit count and density. Here is the site plan, the conceptual site plan that was approved in 2004. This is straight out of the ordinance that was adopted. And as you can see in this upper corner, this is the blue. This blue is Tract E, and you can read in there future development. And you can see the access contemplated to the north, because crossing the creek did not make a lot of sense to put a road through there. So you can see that was contemplated back in 2004. Moving forward through history, in 2006, Tract F was added to the PUD. That PUD amendment incorporated an additional 32 acres. It added 58 units, which is about 1.8 dwelling units per acre in the density calculation on the gross. The staff report at that time recognized transition into residential development on the south side of Medulla Road, and that was what was going on in the area. This is specifically the parcel that was added. This is the 32-acre parcel. They actually have 5,500 square foot lots on this site. Access is to Medulla Road. It does not have access through Morgan Creek, so the primary access of this property is to Medulla. It's under development now. It's going through the permitting process currently. It is, lost my train of thought there, but it is in place today.
The existing Morgan Street preserve, it's been, is that Tract B?
Tract D.
Tract B, it's existing
D is in
now.
dog, is the conservation area. You can kind of see it running through the middle right there. That is remaining in place. There'll be no impacts to the creek itself. B, Commissioner, is in the middle. It is phase 2.
Will that D, will that to tie into the existing Tract B?
There is a request in the PUD for a pedestrian access only into the crossing over amongst the development phases, but there won't be there is not a requirement that they become part of the same development. But there will be a pedestrian access, so if there is a resident and who ultimately ends up if B or C are ever developed residentially, if that happens, you'll be able to walk through from a
The only thing
pedestrian.
that's developed is B, right?
I believe the only thing that is developed is effectively A.
Is what?
A, Tract A to the east. Currently, B and C are vacant, as well as E. B and C are undeveloped. And we can show that on an aerial in just a second. The other thing that I wanted to point out, my train of thought came back to me. This piece, this section of this new development is not a part of the HOA for the Morgan Creek preserve existing residential. So this is again setting a precedent that it doesn't have to be a part of that HOA. This is in 2020. Yes, Commissioner.
Where actually is that yellow, that 5,500 square feet? Where is that? Or that's the square foot lots. Where is that?
This
is
is
that at the
Medolla.
corner of where Medolla turns going into Pipkin?
Correct. It is at the corner going east where Medolla turns south, kind of near Sun and Fun.
And what is this going to be, another development here?
Yes, Commissioner. That is approved. I'm sorry, I keep hitting the wrong button.
And where is that in reference to the airport?
The airport is right here and to the northeast.
Now that yellow square that she was just mentioning is, you said it's not going to be part of the Morgan Creek Association, but is it still under the Morgan Creek Development umbrella?
It's under the PUD, but it is not under the HOA. Which is somewhat unusual. Granted, I recognize that it's somewhat unusual, but by the way that this was all originally entitled and all kind of put back together, going back in history, it is the way it is unfolded through time.
So this yellow rectangle does not intersect the property, the subject property that we're referring to right now?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. It is unrelated. It is just an example of another phase of the Morgan Creek PUD as a whole that has undergone development.
Okay, but it has access out to Medolla Road.
Yes, correct. This is the site plan. Mr. Cheney also showed the site plan. Mine is not oriented north up. Mine is oriented north to the left of the page. But this is the site plan that was approved at 2.9 dwelling units an acre by the Board of County Commissioners. Again, showing the overall development pattern within this area as going to residential development. And this is a site plan. Again, coming back to it, I want Mr. Wood, since he did the actual site plan, the design, there's a couple other issues that went into consideration. We've had a number of public hearings on the SPD. This is our first public hearing before the city of Lakeland on this modification. I want him to address drainage and transportation and some other concerns that we heard from the residents in those prior hearings. Dennis.
Thank you. For the record, Dennis Wood, Wood and Associates, 1925 Bartow Road, Lakeland, Florida. And I have worked with staff for several months, probably about 6 months or so, through this process. And the site in question is approximately 35 acres, and we're having 56 dwelling units. The minimum lot size is 10,000 square feet. And we've done a couple things I'll just point out, and I'll get more in depth on another slide. But again, which one's the point here? Which one's the point? That green up there at the top. Is that the point?
That's the point.
Okay, and you point. Okay, I wanted to point out a couple things about it. This whole site is naturally treed. There's about 1,000 trees on the site. We have approximately 10 acres of preservation area or recreation open space that we plan on it. There's a lot of what we plan on doing in those that open space and tree left areas is clean out the underbrush, and we're going to put some walking trails through those and connect them with the sidewalks throughout this subdivision. As you notice by this site, there's a number of cul-de-sacs that was put in it. Those was purposely put in there to slow the speeds down so that you're not able to go at it's neighborhood friendly basically, and it has a tendency to slow the traffic down. Our anticipations, and again I'll go over it again, is along the northern area we're leaving a minimum of a 20-foot buffer, which will all the trees and brush will be left within that area to create a natural buffering effect to the properties to the north, and also along the west side, along this area. We're doing similar, and we have some pictures later on that kind of shows you the foliage and trees along that area. But there will be a minimum 20-foot buffering area on that west side and the north side. And throughout the subdivision, we have recreational and walking paths, mostly passive recreational facilities. And as required by the existing PD there, we are having pedestrian connectivity to the Morgan Creek, to the south. So, and it'll go somewhere right through this area here will be the pedestrian connectivity. And it's no different than most subdivisions. When you have them adjacent to you, want sidewalk connectivity. So if I have a neighbor in the other subdivision, I can walk over to them without having to get in my car and go around the world and back. If I can go to the next step. Just to speak a little bit about the drainage in the area. This site is will have its own retention pond system. It's kind of a standalone. At the last presentation through the county, we received, there was a lot of concerned citizens in the area that there was a lot of flooding in the area and stuff like that. There is, but it's not within the property boundaries.
Could you speak up louder, please?
Yes, I can. Anyway, in the last meetings that we had, there's a lot of concerned citizens about the flooding in the areas, but most of the flooding was, in fact, all of the flooding was off-site, not associated with this property at all. We will have a stand-alone retention pond system for this subdivision. We committed with a piece in the county to go the little extra step because there is concerns with the people downstream of flooding that's existing conditions. So we went the extra step of doing a 100-year pre-post drainage design, and we plan on carrying that same design over on this, trying to help the downstream people from a little bit of help for their drainage issues. But we will do a 100-year pre-post design for our retention. We'll receive all the water that's running to us, and we will not discharge any more water that's running from us from the site to the Morgan Creek area. But most of our site runs from the north area to the creek area, which is from north to south. So obviously our retention will be along this area here. All the retention will be outside of the 100-year flood area. So our site is predominantly outside the 100-year flood area. Our pond systems are outside the system. And again, we went the extra step to go with the 100-year 24-hour storm standards to make it a little bit better for the people downstream. So I'll go to the next slide. There were some concerns about the traffic out there at the previous meetings, and the closest connecting link is Medela Road, and the present level of service on that road is level service B, which is good level of service. The available capacity is 737 trips per hour, and for eastbound and westbound is 739. As part of the requests of staff, I have done a major traffic study, and we evaluated the intersections of County Line Road at Medela at Hamilton Road, Medela at the entrance, and also the intersection of Medela at Pipkin Road. And all of those, through my evaluation, prove that all are operating at acceptable level of services. And we have minimal traffic, around 80 trips in a peak hour, and distribute those out. It's very minimal traffic on the existing roadway, and it has plenty of capable capacity to handle the additional trips that we have. And one other point of interest would be that we also included as part of that major traffic study, there's two major improvements, residential community called Riverstone, and another, it was a commercial project. We use those vested trips from those projects within our traffic study to make sure that we were looking in the future and making sure we had all the traffic that was going to be on the roadway network. Again, as part of the Riverstone development, they are putting in an improvement at Mandela Road at Pipkin. They're adding a left turn lane for the north approach, which will allow a left turn, and there'll be a through right lane on that side. On the side entering their subdivision, which is on the south side there, they will have a right turn lane, a through lane, and a left turn lane. And as part of their requirements with the city, they will be installing a traffic signal. I believe it's going to be in close to the latter part of 2021. They'll be installing it after, I think the county has a roadway resurfacing project scheduled for the area. And after the county finishes their work, they will be going in there and putting a traffic signal, which will help that intersection by allowing the people to get onto
I'm sorry,
Pipkin
I couldn't
Road
understand
easier.
where you said that traffic light is going to be. Where were they putting in the traffic light?
It will be installed at Pipkin Road and Medulla Road.
Okay.
Presently, it's a non-signalized. It's a stop conditions on Medulla, and the Pipkin is a through movement traffic. Again, I wanted to kind of go over, this is a little bigger picture and a colored up version of what additional steps that we've done to try to buffer this neighborhood from our neighbors. Again, our density is 1.6 units per acre, which is very low density for what we normally do. Minimum lot size is 10,000 square feet. But again, we will be along the north side. There'll be a minimum 20-foot natural buffer that left between there. And you'll see some pictures that shows how treed it is. And along this area here is where we're putting walking trails in, and it will be left in a natural condition except for us going in and clearing out some underbrush so we can put the trails in. And again, all of this area here is going to be left in its natural tree state with the exception of cleaning out some underbrush so we can install the walking trails as you see here. And all the walking trails connects to the sidewalks that runs throughout the subdivision. And we're putting an amenity center, which is mostly passive. We will have to remove some of the trees in the middle to install our all-purpose play field in the middle there. But again, the retention ponds on the south side along here, and on the west side again, the minimum 20-foot buffer along the west side. So we've and there, I spoke of the potential pedestrian connection. This is the kind of generic location to show where it connects to the south. But I think we've done a pretty good job of working with staff and assuring that there's adequate buffering that was provided to the adjacent neighbors.
Any questions of Mr. Dennis?
Any questions of the,
I have a question. What is your minimum home size? Are you going to have a minimum home size?
We haven't gotten into that yet, but typically with the lot this size, there will be between 16 and 2,500 square feet or a little bit larger. This is with the fact that you've got so many amenities associated with it. I anticipate that the homes are going to be more upscale. So that's my anticipation, because we originally had planned for a lot more additional density here. We went down to 1.6, so you got to upscale your buyers.
And is it planning to be a gated community?
Pardon?
Will it be a gated community?
It will not be a gated community.
When you do a development like this and you determine the size of your retention ponds, is that based strictly on the amount of concrete that you disturb in building your development?
Yes, and you have to look at what kind of soils you have. The worse soils are, the more runoff you have, but retention ponds are designed on the more impervious area you have, the more retention you have.
Okay.
But that's all accounted into your design criteria that when you size it. In other words, those pond sizes are approximate. When I actually get down to the actual design, they may get larger based on the numbers that comes in, but until you get to the final design, you don't know that for sure. You know, if we have to lose a lot to get the additional retentions necessary, we have to lose a lot. But normally I do a pretty good job of identifying the area and when I do the plans to make sure I have enough drainage area for it. And in this case, I think I do. But we're very cautious about how much the runoff that we handle. In other words, we make sure that no more runs off than in the most preconditioned. So.
Well, Swift Mud gets involved, don't they?
Pardon?
Swift Mud gets involved in this, right? There's the ponds you're talking about. Doesn't Swift Mud get involved in it?
Yes, sir. It's approved. Obviously, the city will review it too, but the ultimate, I think the city relies on the Southwest Florida Water Management District as the person that reviews the drainage calculation and approves it. So, again, their requirement for this type system, and they consider it as an open basin, which means that when the water runs off, it runs to it doesn't, not in a closed basin where it, like a pond or something that just builds up. So, and they would allow me to use a 25-year storm event. In this case, we've committed to using a 100-year storm event, which will assist the downstream neighbors.
Okay. The reason I ask this question is being somewhat familiar with this area, having driven through it 5 times a week for 6 years, the roads flood very easily in there. And it's not so much where you're located, it's that the bottom of the topography is just west of where this subdivision is. So that Hamilton Road, Medulla Road intersection with a very typical Florida rain is underwater. And my question is, with disturbing this area and building on it, are we not compounding the problem, not so much downstream, but even upstream from where you are?
The answer is no to that, is that the runoff from the road up there, best I can tell from my initial investigation, it kind of runs in a westerly direction, and there's a cross drain or a culvert under the road at Hamilton. It may be substandard to handle the water from the north there, I don't know. But the runoff that we go will go all southerly, which will not get up to, we're probably 9-10 foot differential grade from Medulla Road to where a retention pond system. So all of our properties are downstream. And with us taking the additional precaution of doing a 100-year storm event, we will allow less water going to the Morgan Creek than presently goes there. We'll help the situation downstream somewhat, but it won't resolve their problems. They still will have the problems of but if we help a little bit, and if the next developer goes in and he helps a little bit by doing a 100-year storm event, eventually they can see a positive impact on their flooding conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. And I'll just kind of move through. I know we've had a long hearing already this morning. I've got a couple more slides I'd like to just kind of walk through. This is, just to go back, I want to highlight a couple of things as it relates to compatibility, the uses, et cetera. What I'm going to show you now are a couple pictures of the natural vegetative buffer that's going to be maintained and left in place along these boundaries with the adjacent neighbors. This is the northern property boundary. So this vegetation line is on our side, tract E side of the fence, so the development is off the page. This is within that 20-foot vegetative buffer that's going to stay in place. So you can see that's a pretty thick strand of vegetation along that northern property boundary. Again, that is running basic. That is basically, oh shoot, I'm hitting the wrong button again. That's looking this direction along the property line. So again, very, very substantial vegetative buffer that's going to remain in place and not be changed. Come on now. And this is on the western boundary looking north. So this is, again, the tract E on this side. You can see, you know, I didn't want to bore you with 50 pictures of this boundary. These are just examples, but this is what the boundary kind of looks like looking north. And then this is another image again. Now our property is on this side, on the left side of the page, looking south. So that heavy vegetative buffer is going to remain in place. It is not going to be modified. It's not going to be pulled down in any stretch of the imagination. So you won't be able to, the visual impacts, the noise will be all buffered and mitigated by that vegetation, all addressing compatibility. Oops. This is, again, just kind of talking about compatibility. I wanted to generally talk about the development in the area. This is a map. This is an aerial. Just kind of demonstrate what's gone on in the entire area. This is the Polk Parkway. This is Hardin Boulevard bounding on the right side of the page. Here you've got the logistics and distribution hub at the County Line Road and I-4 that's in place. You've got the Lakeland, Laurel Highland single family significant residential development by D.R. Horton is identified as number 2. You've got the Lakeland Linder Regional Airport, significant industrial development there. And I know Mr. Conrad is here, the director. He and I have had a chance to speak. I'm sure he's going to make some comments. We are fully cooperative with the airport as far as noise and navigation easements, and we'll work with Mr. Conrad to address those issues. Now you're moving a little bit further south toward Pipkin. You've got the Morgan Creek, which is identified as number 5. Our star here is tract E in the upper left corner of number 5. Commissioner cites this particular corner right here is the 5,500 square foot development that we were referring to earlier. And right here at this intersection is where the signal is going to go for Medola and Pipkin. Number 6 is the Hawthorne Mill. This is an approved PD for 1,300 single-family units. That's in place. And then this is Riverstone, which is, 6 is about 1,500 single-family detached and some attached homes. And then Riverstone is number 7. That's under development that people are actually building within that development now. And that is another 1,300 single-family dwelling units. So again, this is all in the city's urban development area as identified in your comprehensive plan. It is where urban densities are identified to go. Utilities are available. We will be extending some utilities, but they are available. We'll be working with the utility providers on that. This is very consistent and compatible when you begin looking at the differences of the densities. Again, highlighting the density, not just the unit counts, but let's also talk about the gross densities. This project before you today on tract E is 1.6 dwelling units per acre. If you incorporate the Polk County parcel, In those units, it's a total of 1.8 dwelling units an acre. All around, up to the northwest, you've got 1.5. You've got some larger lots here, so they're less than 1 unit an acre, just because it's a variety of lot sizes. To our internal, to our Morgan Creek, you've got 1.6 dwelling units an acre. That is why the 1.6 dwelling units an acre was requested on Tract E, because the existing PUD, the existing Morgan Creek PUD, has identified it as 1.6 dwelling units an acre, so we're remaining consistent with those existing entitlements. And again, to the south, Riverstone at 3 dwelling units an acre, Hawthorne Mill at about 3 dwelling units an acre. And then again, adjacent to those larger developments, you've got smaller lots. Very similar development pattern throughout the area. Again, addressing the concerns of compatibility, how do different types of uses develop around each other. And this shows that exactly how this works in reality. So with that, I'm going to wrap up, Commissioner, and I appreciate your time. You've got the developer commitments. We know we cannot solve every drainage issue that exists in this area. Well, this property can do its part. That's why the developer is committed to the 100-year 24-hour storm event. This property is all uplands. We're maintaining all the existing vegetation to make sure that we're mitigating visual impacts. Your standard code requirement is a 10% open space. We're providing 28% open space, so we're providing significantly more open space for this 35-acre parcel. We're going to be working on utilities. We're providing pedestrian connectivity. We are consistent with all the comprehensive plan, your urban development area. We meet your criteria in Article 7 of your Land Development Code for a PUD and a PUD modification. We're consistent with all the terms of the existing PUD of the ordinances that are in place. And with that, I know we won't be having a vote today. I know that there are a number of residents here who would like to speak. I'd request just a few minutes to address any questions that may come up during their comments, or any issues that we need to further talk about after the public. Just a few minutes, if that would be appropriate, Mr.
I understand this project has picked up a lot of publicity in the last few days in the paper, 2 or 3 pages on it. Some of these homes that are going to be in the county and some in the city, is that the way it's set up?
Yes, sir. As it stands,
your neighbor across the street might be in the county, you're in the city.
It's an unusual scenario. I would suspect that at some point the county piece would be annexed into the city at the appropriate time. That's a conversation that will need to be had with staff at the appropriate time. But as it stands today, that is correct.
What's the percentage of the parcel that's in the city and part that's in the county?
9 acres, 10 acres are in the city, 35 acres are in the, I'm sorry, I'm backward, thank you. 9 acres are in the county, 35 acres are in the city. So a little less than 25%, somewhere between 20-25% of the entirety.
Now, will you have that, will that be, as you said you wanted to annex, will that be done before development, or
Those are all questions that I don't have answers for at this time. It'll be a matter of what the developer and the builders decide to do.
Board Member Knight, to respond to your question, if this project will be connecting to city wastewater, it will require a voluntary annexation agreement, and that agreement sets forth that the city can annex the property at any time that it chooses to do so. So wastewater service does trigger the need for annexation at some point in the future. As Mr. Allen stated, we don't know what the timing of that would be, but if this were to be approved and as in whole with that other part that was approved in the county, annexation would be likely at some point in the future.
Thank you, and we will grant your
Appreciate
request.
it. Thank you for your time.
This is a public hearing. Anybody from the public who'd like to address the board, come forward, please, and state your name and address. 3 minutes.
My name is Ryan Gillespie, and I live at 4636 Medela Road, just north of the property. I have major concerns with this development. I looked for 10 years for the perfect property. Because of the comprehensive plan to limit housing in the area, it cost me a lot and delayed my project for multiple years. I was okay with spending all this extra time and money because it was the perfect rural agricultural location. During the county meeting concerning my property, I was told by the county on the record that the purpose of zoning all the properties in the area along Medela Road as BPC was part of the county's comprehensive plan to limit residential growth along Medela Road in order to minimize complaints from the airport noise. I based my entire investment in this property as a lifelong resident according to what I was told by the county. The city has supported limiting growth in the area to an extreme of even denying other residents just a few thousand feet away of building one house per 5 acres. Now to allow a developer to place 85 homes, not only in the new airport's master plan of their new flight path for their new runway, would open themselves up to more noise complaints and open themselves up to possible litigation for comprehensive plan compliance and unfair administrative practices. This development will remove the natural barrier that currently reduces the airport noise to the growing residential area along Pipkin Road. The city's decision to go against their own comprehensive plan would bring noise complaints from these thousands of residents along Pipkin Road and hurt the future plans and value of the Lakeland Airport. Traffic and safety issues are also a major concern. The flooding over Medela Road along the entire section directly in front of the entrance for this development and cars hydroplaning is common in the area. Adding exiting traffic onto Medela Road is only going to increase wrecks along the road. City emergency vehicles must also service this neighborhood by traveling down Hamilton Road, a road in which 2 cars cannot currently pass while staying on the road. It's so narrow. This is just a recipe for public harm. We have hired a traffic engineer to look into these issues, and he has many concerns, and I have a testimony for him to show. As you may be aware, Section 824.C.7 of the Polk County Land Development Code requires no 2 roads may intersect with a local road on the same side at a distance of less than 150 feet, measured from center line to center line of the intersecting road. When the intersecting road is an urban collector or a rural major collector, the distance to the intersecting road may be no less than 440 feet. Therefore, the proposed development entrance road does not meet the minimum traffic standards, along with the addition of road flooding creates an extremely unsafe road hazard for the neighborhood and airport traffic, including all the FEMA traffic that uses that road to the airport. There are many points that the neighborhood is bringing up concerning this development, including airport incompatibility, traffic standards, ongoing flooding, urban sprawl, and mixed zoning with high internal trip hazards, and all validate why this development should not occur.
Thank you. Thank you. Next. Also, I'd like to request no outbursts during the testimonies. Name and record, sir. With address for the record.
Are you allowing more testimonies? More public comment?
Yes.
To be first?
Yeah, how do I get to the...
I can't understand what you're
What am I opening here? Which file?
Well, I was going to have...
Public comment? More public comment?
Yes. Oh, yes.
I mean, are you talking
We'll hear everyone wants to talk.
We'll just do one at the top first, I guess. And may or may not be going on. Yeah, forgive me, I'm not a professional at this.
Let's go up here, sir, and state your name and address for the record.
My name's Douglas Ray. I live at 4805 Hamilton Road. 330 feet of this development will front me. I'm against I'm okay for development. I'm against this density. What I'm trying to do is pull up a map. If you'll see, everything north of that creek, what they're referring to is that environmental area, that parcel D. There are no neighborhoods or anything that enter into Medela Road off of into Medela Road or Hamilton Road. There's only one neighborhood that will do it, and that's that new 5,500 square foot, or that down at the end that was just approved, is yet not under development. If you look, and I'm trying to get the map up so you can see, they keep showing you all the different housing and things all around it that are compatible. But there's nothing, you have natural barriers of the creek to separate us from Morgan Creek. There's nothing, but the airport separates us up. So there's nothing around there. There's all houses are on 5 acres or more. A lot of them are on 10 and 20 acres. This picture here you're looking at, where am I at? Oh, that's just looking down Hamilton Road. Okay, you can see the Hamilton Road and Medela Road are canopied roads. So they're not allowed to do anything to the road other than make improvements within the existing asphalt. In order to, how are you going to bring utilities down there? Because to do that, you'd either have to rip up the roads and run them down the center line of the road, or you'd have to tear up all the canopied trees in order to get the utilities there. Second thing is they're talking about putting a right turn lane into the neighborhood and stuff. If you look at that picture, again, I'm sorry I'm not running this, but they will have to rip down canopied trees in order to put in the turn lanes and everything they're wanting to do. You have massive oaks all along that 10-acre parcel that the county just approved. They're heritage or grandfather oaks. You know, they're 5 and 6 foot in diameter or bigger, and the city has protections for those trees. So, you know, we're concerned about that. The one thing I do want to show, if I can, and it has to do with flooding, if you can go back. Is there a way I can drive this up here real quick?
Maybe you want to.
Yeah, if I can.
There. Sure.
Where'd we go? Where'd all my things go? Shoot. Where'd the folder of flooding go?
If you're in it.
You were in it.
I'm in flooding?
You were, yeah.
I was? Because I don't see it here now.
That's it.
You're there.
Okay. Here's part of the problem that we have with flooding. And we're in a dead man zone out where we live. The county has admitted that there is no stormwater plan. The airport does not have to report the SWIFMA. They have to, they only have to report to, now this video is not playing, so I don't know why. I have it on my phone, but anyway, the water is coming uncontrolled out of the airport. If I can show, this happens to me every time.
We've got that recorded, your
Okay,
flooding.
you've got the thing. Look at it when you see solar panels. Because the airport does not have to go through SWIFMUD, all of their stormwater runs directly out on the Hamilton Road or down into Morgan Creek, and it causes us. Now, I'm downstream, so what they say they're going to do may help us, but it's going to flood everybody else upstream. And yes, here you go. This
Estelle,
is
can you
water
set the
coming
timer,
directly
please?
out of the airport.
Thank you.
This is unretained. The airport and all the solar panels, what they have done is they have just gone and dug a series of ditches between the solar panels, no retention, no detention, and this is what I'm showing, is they're coming out, and that's the water flow. This is just a small rain event. This is not a major rain event. And if you look, you can see when I put this up over the top, you can see the series of ditches that the city at the airport has built, and they all run down and out there.
Well, that's out there with
SWIFMUD is
solar
not
panels,
involved in
right?
that. Yes.
Solar panels in that area.
Yes, that's on the airport property.
Okay, we have that issue now. Thank you. Time is up.
Okay. We still have,
Who's
just one
next?
question. We still have a few more meetings that we're allowed to come and present.
Oh, this is a public hearing today.
Yes, but isn't there a couple
Final
more?
determination and the vote will be next month. This is the public hearing.
Oh, see, we were told
And the
there,
staff will make a recommendation next month based on,
we were told there was a meeting here in December, there's one in January, and then a final vote in February. So we're getting,
Yeah,
either
sir.
getting bad conversation.
I can clarify that for you. So because this is a modification to the planned unit development, It requires a public hearing before this board, the Planning and Zoning Board, and then the item comes back the following month for a recommendation. So it will come back in January for staff to present a recommendation to this board. That won't be a public hearing. If it's a recommendation for approval, then it goes on to the City Commission the following month for a first reading of an ordinance to approve the change, and then a second reading, which is a public hearing. So assuming this board were to recommend approval to the City Commission, there would be one additional public hearing before the City Commission. But as far as this board, this is the only public hearing.
Okay, and could we still provide so this vote, so we're done providing information to them?
This is the only opportunity for the testimony, that's correct.
And so you have my thumb drive. Take a look through the...
Thank you. Who wants to be next? Step right up, give your name and address for the record.
And my name is Chris Parker, and I live at 5130 Medola Road. I'll let Gene Conrad speak to the specifics of that development at the turn, near the turn in Medola Road, near Sun and Fun. But it's my belief that that is not necessarily totally green-lighted. I think there's some issues that's under the airport's noise umbrella. And I think that new residents to the area who aren't familiar with the airport may not be familiar with what they're getting into. That is one point that I would make. I'm not sure that property is actually going to be developed the way we think it is. So with regard to road issues, as we know, Hamilton Road is really narrow. Hamilton Road is also fairly fragile. It was torn up significantly by airport improvement projects recently. The airport repaired it, so it's fine now. But if we're driving a lot of trucks for construction across Hamilton Road, it's going to get torn up and it's going to have to be repaired. So the developers should be on the hook for that. Trucks and other vehicles have a difficult time turning at Hamilton and Medola Road. So I would suggest that for remediation, this developer would have to make improvements to the intersection of Hamilton and Medola Road for traffic, so the traffic can turn from both directions. For instance, a school bus turns right from Medola Road onto Hamilton Road every day, and the school bus can't do that if there's anyone at the intersection of Hamilton and Medola Road, because there's not room. So I think if we're going to add more traffic, the developer is going to have to remediate that intersection for traffic and also for flooding. With respect to rainwater, we live on English Creek, which would also be impacted. And I think that the developer should be required to do a 100-year study on how it's going to affect drainage on English Creek. Because part of our property is in an X flood zone, but part is in an A flood zone. And I think as remediation, if we're increasing the portion of our property in the A flood zone, we should be compensated for that by the developer. With respect to water and sewer, right now with the low density, we're not on city sewer or water. But with a high density, the developer is going to run sewer and water. And if residents who are existing are compelled to connect, it's going to be, what, a $5,000 or $10,000 assessment for each resident who's already there? We can't afford that. So I think the developer, because they're changing the whole nature of the community, should be on the hook for paying to connect current residents who don't need water and sewer because of our low density population to connect. And
wrap it up.
I think that's what I've got. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else with any new? Please state your name and record, name and address for the record.
Excuse me. I was told I can drop this and you can put it on screen. And then this is number 2. That's the first one. So could you put the first one up for me? upside down? And could you blow it up some?
You have the remote?
Yeah, how would you look?
Let me see the. Here.
Yeah, that's it. Right there's good. Good morning. My name is Desmond Peters. I live at 4414 Medela Road. My wife and I recently moved to that location. We wanted a country home with acreage on a country road with light traffic. This neighborhood was the perfect area for us. Cows, horses, goats, chickens, donkeys dotted the landscape and appeared to be waving at us as we slowly drove down Medela Road. Vegetable gardens, small farms, giant oak trees scattered throughout the landscape and lined portions of this country road, not to mention the wildlife that's still present there, like the gopher, rabbits, snakes, hawks, deers, fox, turkeys, and other birds. Mr. Higgins, this is a beautiful area, and I would like others to enjoy what I'm enjoying. You see, our home is on 5.9 acres and compatible with the neighbors that preceded us to Medela Road. Miss Knight, some of these families go back over 150 years in this location. From my home at 4440 Medela Road, that's number 1 on the map, to County Line Road on the east, that's number 2, is 1.8 miles. There are roughly 17 homes just on the south side of Medela on roughly 200 acres. Mr. Roberts, some on the Board of County Commission wants to put 29 homes on 10 acres, that's number 3, and call it compatible. Ms. Seitz, placing 1 home on 5.1 acres, that's number 4 right there, was deemed not compatible. You can see the compatibility and incompatibility. They denied what their eyes were seeing in order to move this project forward. Mr. Simpson, this project ties in with the property in question today, number 7. This development is not only not compatible with the Medela Hamilton neighborhood, but it would negatively impact the Lakeland Lander International Airport, which is now a reliever airport for Tampa International. Here's how. $574 million in regional economic impact, 113 aircraft operations annually, 260 base aircraft, including 42 jets and turboprop aircraft. But here's the kicker. It's the number 138 busiest airport in the United States. Number 138. This high-density residential development is phase 4 of the Morgan Creek development, but listen to what the Ledger wrote in 2018. The original 2004 planned development for Morgan Creek Preserve between Pipkin and Medela Roads called for 355 single-family homes with recreation and park areas, walking and bike trails, a clubhouse with swimming pools and tennis club. So far, more than 130 homes have been built with phase 2. That's number 5 on the map. You can see phase 2, currently tied up in a lawsuit between homeowners and the developer. Phase 3 is non-existent. It is now on the Polk Property Appraisers website. I presume that it will be phase 6, okay? And they want you to approve phase 4. As you can see, the completion of phase 2, number 5, number 6 will make it easier for
Please
phase
wrap it
4.
up. Your 3 minutes is up.
Right, my 3 minutes up, but you can give me 1 more minute.
We've got that.
Yes, you can give me 1 more minute to finish this. Just 2 more paragraphs.
What?
2 more paragraphs. As you can see, the completion of with the completion of phase 2 and phase 3, there will be easy access to 4. And here is why it is important. Sir, put up slide 2 for me. This is the last thing I'm going to show. Slide 2. Take a look at it a little higher so everyone can see it. This is coming from your own office. And it says right there, the airport is poised for strong growth. And itself, the last two in yellow, any allowance for residential development off Mandela Road at suburban densities will be a recipe for conflict once the new runway is completed. This comes from your office. And it's right there. You can see the planning and housing manager. There will be over 200 cars entering from this new development each day. Each home have a 2-car garage, 2 cars. If they have kids going for George Jenkins High School, add another 50.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the next is when, please hold down the outbursts. The next appearances. We have Mr. Conrad. Give name and address for the.
Good morning, Gene Conrad. I'm the airport director for the city of Lakeland. I live at 309 Crescent Ridge Road in Auburndale, Florida. I don't want to take up obviously too much time this morning, but as the gentleman just explained, I'm sorry, sir, I don't remember your name. I probably should hire him because he obviously knows his facts about the airport. But when you look at our facility and what is happening, back when I arrived here in 2011 or 2010, actually, our economic impact was 167 million. This most recent study by FDOT, it's 574 million, and now with Amazon board, we're probably going to be at $1 billion. And I say that is from that standpoint of this is a very significant asset for the city. You know, when I arrived, we had about 800 people that were employed on the airport, and it's now 2,500. And so every day, you know, I've been talking about, and I know Mr. Higgins, you were a city commissioner, I've been talking about the growth and what's happening at this facility for over almost 11 years now. And unfortunately, a lot of people didn't believe me at the time, but it is occurring as we speak. And obviously, we're being, a lot more development is happening around us. We want to be good neighbors. And I know that the zoning has already been put in place for what's part of the city of Lakeland, but my concern today is the county portion. Now, granted, the city portion in those homes, they have avigation language for those deeds and in that development, and I appreciate that, but this new section coming off of Medalla does not, as it is part of the county. So would I encourage, obviously, the developers, if this is going to move through, that occurs, because, you know, it's not necessarily the people that are going to buy these homes are going to know the airport's there, but it's the next buyer, and they're going to be, and I'm already getting calls now, we didn't know. People live in Morgan Creek today that just bought 2 years ago, we didn't know because they're not being told. Now, it's not, you know, the realtors should be telling the folks, oh, it's a sleepy little airport, but obviously that's not the case anymore. So I'm concerned about that. Also, I just want to address the gentleman's questions referenced SwiftMud. We are probably looked at more often by every single agency, whether it's the FAA, FDOT, SwiftMud, EPA, the county, the city, about anything that occurs on the airport. And I will tell you, every single project that we do with impervious surface of over 5,000 square feet requires a SwiftMud permit. Every single project. And just for clarity on the solar farms, yes, they are on airport property. I'm not trying to just shun responsibility, not at all. You know, they are on the airport property, but we, the airport and the city, did not develop those. Those are separate entities that developed those solar farms. And I would also say there's also issues north of the solar farms that's created some of that water and what's happening in that area. So I know that developer north of the solar farms trying to address some of that. But again, everything that we do is required to be permitted by SwiftMud and is looked at by a handful of other agencies. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gene. 10 years. Next, name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is John Joyner. I live at 3830 Hamilton Road. My wife and I own property, 8.5 acres, just to the north of this proposed development. My daughter, son-in-law, and grandkids live on that property too. And that property also borders the 10-acre county portion. So we don't oppose a landowner developing their land, but it has to be reasonable and it should fit what the area is. So we do have stormwater concerns. The engineers talked about it and has said that they would handle any water that currently comes across, but we don't have any guarantee of that. You know, when they're done, you know, if it doesn't work, we're still on the hook. And engineering sometimes isn't completed right. And everybody's seen that with retention ponds and everything else that don't work properly. With the property being raised won't help the issue any. And so that, to me, I see an issue there. Clustering of homes such as this, I know it says overall it's 1.6 homes on an acre. Well, actually, they're on 10,000 square foot lots. So there's in actuality more homes per acre than just 1.6. If that's just an average. There'd be a lot more light. There's more noise also with that many homes in that rural neighborhood. And the homes are mostly on 5 acre or more lots or property. So, developing this property with homes on 5 acres would fit our area. So, my family, we have liability concerns as well. Family has horses and dogs. We also have a pond on the property as well, and children could easily wander onto the property. So that would be a concern. If this project has to happen, there needs to be something keeping people off of our property. 2-story homes would be a privacy issue for us, even with a natural buffer. Flooding, as everybody has talked about at the corner there, is terrible along Medela and Hamilton roads, and it doesn't take much rainfall for that to happen. So traffic's an issue as well. So we would ask that you would deny this project as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, we've heard traffic and flooding and so forth, so try to have something new for us. Please give your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Leanne Joyner. I reside at 3830 Hamilton Road. My husband and I, as he stated, along with our daughter and son-in-law, own the property, a 10-acre tract north of the proposed development. Our property is zoned agricultural and it is used as such. We are within 60 days of planting our property with 80 pecan trees. Along with this type of farming comes use of fertilizers and pesticides, which would not be conducive to a cluster of homes in the area as proposed. Also, we have many trees on our property, and periodically we trim those trees and we pile the debris on the property to create a burn pile, which, given favorable conditions, we do so. Sometimes those fire or that could smolder over several days. Just making that point that's what happens on the properties that are in our area. The third point I want to make is my husband and I raised our daughters participating in 4-H projects, raising hogs. Our granddaughter, who lives on the property that we own next to the proposed project property, is about to enter the age where she can participate in 4-H and do the same, and plans to do the same. She's already talking about raising hogs and things like that. And the last point I want to make is yes, the 85 homes is what we're talking about on this project. And I mean, it just makes sense, as everybody else has stated, that flooding and traffic problems are going to exist. So in summary, to put a housing development of this density so close to these rural homelands would be a recipe for neighborhood conflict. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Excuse me, could the gentleman in the rear of the room please take your conversation outside? It's very distracting. Thank you.
Anybody else have anything new to please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Everett, and I live at 4883 Hamilton Road. And I live on the private road. When he was talking to you about the private road, that they were not going to bother with that road. Well, I appreciate that. But there's a couple of things that need to be said. Mr. Wood didn't say much about a retention except for one place. And there's another retention pond, and it's in front of my house. And I don't think there's anybody in this room who'd want a retention pond in front of their house. We have maintained that little private lane for 40 years. We live in the county, and we have never asked the city for any maintenance or help or anything, and we're happy to be that way. But I don't like to think that I could have a spill water, okay, coming right over the road, right in our yard, right in our house. And when we moved there, we knew that English Creek was behind us. That's not a problem. Well, it is now, since the Pipkin Road Bridge was built several years ago. It backs up. If we have a big rain, I get nervous. But now, staring at this project in front of us is another story. Now, that's just a personal note. I just think that we need to take another look at this. I cannot figure out any way, talking about traffic. Well, if you have 56 houses, you're going to double that in cars. We're in the country, you can't walk to work. Each place is going to have 2 cars, and you throw in a few teenagers, you're going to have a lot of traffic in and out of there. And I just think that this is a very inappropriate site to build what is planned. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to address the board? Come down front.
Good morning. My name's Jeff Humphreys, and I live at 4604 Lafloa Loop in Lakeland, Florida. I live in Morgan Creek. One of the things that I would like to see a better thing when this comes back for presentation is who is the real people in this thing. It said developer. Let's put in here who the real developer is. If this, I believe it's Highlands Home, let's put in Highlands Home. This is Highlands Home developer. Let's put in the real players in this. The other thing I saw, in Morgan Creek, we are a gated community. I believe this should be a gated community if this is approved. I don't really think this really fits in what's out there myself. That's just my opinion. But if it is approved, then let's put it as a gated community. That's what Morgan Creek is. It should be a gated community. The other thing I saw in a slide here is that they're going to put walkways into Morgan Creek. Well, okay. If you're going to put a walkway to Morgan Creek, are these people going to expect to be put into Morgan Creek's Homeowners Association and expect to put into the amenities of Morgan Creek? That should be explained right up front, because are they going to walk into our community and expect to participate in our amenities that are in a Morgan Creek? Let's explain that up front. Let's be very transparent to all the people around. I think it's not transparent what this presentation is. I think the city needs to be transparent, and I also think the developer needs to be transparent. I see a lot of blindness going into this. I think it needs to be a little bit more transparent if you're going to approve it. I think it's just enough information to try to get it through you guys, but not enough transparency. Let's just be transparent about this thing, what you're trying to do here, and just get it all out there. I agree with the other gentleman, really. You have Morgan Creek Phase 2 there that has all those lots, but not one lot has been platted. If you, the developer, Highlands Home, wants to develop something, go develop Phase 2. Go to the guy that owns the land and go get that. There's 160 lots right there that have not been bought. I mean, they could be platted. That's all that's left to do. Go buy the lots, go buy that property from that gentleman and plat those lots. You got 160 lots. All that really needs to be is platted if you want to do something. But in that one, I could see you just need to kind of gate it. Our houses are bigger. You got 1,600 square feet homes. They should be at least 1,800 square feet. So that's just my opinion. So I would just say turn this down. That would be my opinion. And just, it's not fitting in the community.
Thank you. I'm very familiar with Morgan Creek. A couple years ago, we had a big issue with Morgan Creek.
Yes,
about the developer wanting to put 8 more homes in and all the other. That was.
Yes. Yes, sir. And y'all voted no for it. And it just doesn't fit. This is not fitting in out there. So I thank you. Mine would be vote no, but I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Andrea Goodson. I live at 1748 Clarendon Avenue in the city limits, and I'm here on behalf of my parents who live at 4883 Hamilton Road, who is on the west border of this piece of property. I am requesting, if this goes through, number one, if the density is incredibly excessive for this area, going from 1 house per 5 acres to an average of 15 houses per 5 acres is excessive for the neighborhood. We need a 30-foot barrier on the north side and on the west side rather than a 20-foot barrier if this goes through. Move the retention pond out from in front of my elderly, nice, wonderful parents' house so they don't worry about flooding anymore that they already do. Agree to 1-story, single-story houses on this tract as they did for the county tract that was approved 2 weeks ago. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That does bring some issues up that we're dealing with both county and city in this. I guess part of it is county thing, the other parts of city.
I'm just now learning how to take these off without pulling out my ear functions in here. My name is Jack Everett. I live at 4883 Hamilton Road, and I want to report to you some of the things that I know. My wife and I have owned this home over 5 acres. We've got 5 acres there, and we lived there had the property for 44 years. So we're pretty familiar with what comes and goes when it rains. When it rains, our place floods. It's that simple. So what should we do? We should complain. Who should we complain to? Should we complain to you? I don't know for sure, but we've never gotten any response from anybody that wanted to come help us with the flooding. The second problem I've got that I see coming, I have absolutely no problem with new people coming in, and in fact, I'm looking forward to being able to speak with some of the young people that I expect will be there. But I do have a problem with the density in there, and it's going to make more water come down onto more roofs, to go on the streets, to go into ditches, to go in the creek, to come in our house. And that's why I'm here complaining like this and hoping that you all will see the light and help us out some. I sincerely hope that you will not approve this measure before you right now. Thank you.
Are you in the city or county?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir.
Do you live in the city or the county?
Yes, county.
You live in the county?
Yes.
Well, you say, who do you see about that? See your county commissioner. Whoever has your district there, see the county commissioner.
Tell me, some of you in the back, tell me who all we've talked to about getting some zoning and some drainage. All of you know, there's a whole platoon of us back there that know of this. I think.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Back here.
My name's Lance Baker. I am currently building my house at 4560 Hamilton Road, the corner of Hamilton and Medela. And I'm trying to figure out why we're here this morning, based upon the denial letter from the city of Lakeland on the property that's right here, that's directly adjacent to the land they're trying to develop. This is written by city staff, housing and planning manager on July 1st, 2020. The city of Lakeland received notification of the above referenced case and submits the following comments for your consideration. While adjacent to the property to the south with the city residential low RL future land use designation, the city property is located within an environmentally sensitive area and zoned as part of a PUD that currently does not provide entitlements for development. Application of the requested county RL1 land use designation could potentially undermine the PUD by opening the door to development with access only from Medela Road. Further, the application county RL1 land use would be inconsistent with adjacent properties to the north, east, west, which are uniformly designated BCP1. More importantly, encouraging additional residential in proximity to the airport will create conflicts between land uses as a result of the known impacts generated by the airport and will hinder growth of the airport and future business park development. Since the sector plan was completed, the city's long-term vision for the airport has evolved and resulted in a new master plan. With the construction of the Amazon Logistics Center and plans for a second runway parallel to and south of runway 927, the airport is poised for strong growth, which will introduce a substantial amount of air freight and potentially future commercial airline traffic. As such, any allowance for residential development off of Medela Road at suburban densities will be a recipe for conflict once the new runway is completed. So if this one house on 5 acres, which meets the criteria, is such a stress for the city of Lakeland, how are they going to put in 85 houses? I hate to see the duress that's going to cause the city and the county if you're putting in 85 houses that's less than 1,000 feet away from the one that the city recommended the denial. So I'm confused why we're even here, because if they denied this, why are we having a hearing about 56 additional houses and they denied the one that's 1,000 feet away that's on one house on 5 acres? So I recommend go with the city staff denial for this applicant.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Who's next? Anybody got something new that they'd like to address the board?
Good morning. My name is Trevor Jones. My wife and I own a home at 4920 Medela Road. This is directly north of the proposed development and to the east of the development that we'll enjoy in this one. We have lived here along with our 2 children for approximately 6 years. If this development is approved, my family will be negatively affected in numerous ways. When we made the decision to purchase our place, we did so with all of our intentions of it being where we will spend the rest of our lives. What we love most about it is the peaceful openness and privacy that it has to offer, all of which will be destroyed upon completion of this project. Aside from losing these perks, we also have other concerns. To name a few, I know you've heard this, but flooding is already an ongoing issue in this area, which will only be worsened. Increased traffic will pose a threat to my kids' safety. We also have 3 horses and 2 dogs on our property. Their safety is at risk from trespassers as well as from neighboring dogs coming onto our property. We will also have liability issues if these said trespassers or animals get hurt by our animals. We also have a berm wall of dirt that we shoot our guns at. We have many trees that we trim often, that we burn and have bonfires. All of these things that I have mentioned are things that are going to be affected by these developments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, step right up, give your name and address for the record.
Good morning. My name is Summer Jones. I live at 4920 Medela Road. I actually grew up in this area. I grew up on Hamilton Road. When my husband and I, who just spoke, were looking for a house 7 years ago, we were looking to buy in this area. We love everything about this area, and it was appealing, not only just how beautiful it is with the properties out there, but it was zoned for 1 house per 5 acres. So we knew that eventually it may be developed, as people have the right to develop their land, but never would we ever imagined that it would have been developed like this. You just heard my husband speak on the effects this development is going to have on my family. I just have a couple more things to add to it, and I won't be long. My daughter is very big into riding horses. That's one of the reasons we purchased some property. She is also getting involved in 4-H. This will include raising livestock. She plans on raising hogs for the Polk County Youth Fair. Chickens, cows, she's very into this, all of which will have their pens adjacent to this property. The traffic is also a huge concern. I know you've heard a lot about the traffic. We already have a lot of traffic due to the Sun and Fun and the events that are held at the Lakeland Airport. I travel down Medela Road every day, so it's already an issue when there are events there, just trying to get in and out of our driveway, as most of the other people have the same problem. I know that this is Lakeland and it's being developed. I don't disagree with growth in Lakeland, maybe just not the density in this area. There's not really much land left in Lakeland. I just don't see why we need to develop every square inch, especially in this area where there's already other issues that are that we have. I think that's about it. Thank you for your time. I definitely hope that this will be denied. Thank you.
Thank you for attending. Anybody else got anything new?
Good morning. Appreciate the opportunity. My name is Larry Blackwelder. I'm at 4450 Hamilton Road. My house is just across the street where the entranceway will be coming out, about 400 feet away. I would tell you that we'd keep people coming up here, but we don't have any more. We're just about done because you've just about heard from every neighbor that lives there. Nobody who lives there now wants this. We have everything caving in on us. Our little world that we live in is going away. We have warehouses to the north. You're approving warehouses up on the north side of Hamilton off Drainfield. Their water comes to us. You've seen photographs of the water pouring down, the videos. That's coming off the airport. And Gene, I appreciate it. But the truth of the matter is, it doesn't change the fact that the water's coming from the airport. It's coming from the solar panels, and it comes down and floods us, and nobody's doing anything. Now they've come from the north, coming down. That's been approved by the county. Now you're coming from the south, and you're coming up, and our little world is going away. All we're asking you to do is put restrictions. Where this property should go, it should go out to Pipkin Road. Go ahead and build a bridge across the creek. Take the traffic out to Pipkin Road. It can handle it. Medela and Hamilton Road, if you drive Hamilton Road, you know Hamilton Road traffic just won't handle this. We have an oak tree that's that far from the pavement. No, they paved up against the oak tree. It's so close. We've got power poles from here to there. I mean, they're 2 and 3 feet. A very narrow rural road that will not handle more traffic. You don't want to hear about traffic. Okay, I won't say any more about it. We're just asking you because it's funny. It's ironic. We live in Polk County. I think everybody that got up here lives in Polk County. We're not citizens of the city. We're not in the city limits. And we're coming to the city to ask you to save us from the county because they won't do anything for us. That's all I've got.
Thank you, thank you. Next. Step right up, give your name, address to the record.
Good morning, or should I say good afternoon, people. My name is Billy Friend. I live at 4840 Medella Road. I lived out on the property where I live since 1989. My wife's family homesteaded all this property. She was a Morgan. The current future development that is proposed is not transitional for the city of Lakeland or Polk County and the local residents. Polk Case LDC PAS 2020-2, June 1st, 2020, plans for a second runway parallel to the south of runway 927. The airport is opposed for strong growth, which will introduce a substantial amount of air freight and potentially future commercial airline traffic. As such, any allowance for residential development off of the Medella Road's suburban densities will be a recipe for conflict once the runway is complete. Amazon has future plans of at least 88 large transport jets operating out of Lakeland Linder Airport. The Lakeland Linder Airport brings additional revenue, employment to this area, and on December 1st, 2020, Polk County appeal hearing, Bart Allen quoted, "The gem of the city of Lakeland. The proposed development does not fit the future land use, traffic flow, massive development of Lakeland Linder Airport and surrounding businesses, such as business park warehouses, Geico, local schools, etc., etc. The City of Lakeland Stormwater Management Plan does not have a current plan for the proposed development. Water management is a critical issue currently. Hamilton Road is not up to current standards and would not be able to withstand the increased traffic flow. The land needs to stay as is for future growth of Lakeland Linder Airport. Building residential, a development, will not, I repeat, will not allow Lakeland Linder Airport to grow for the future of Polk County, Lakeland, Florida. And in closing, Lakeland Linder Airport is the gem of the city of the Lakeland, is the gem of the city of Lakeland, and it's our future. Thank you very much. And I have one question I'd like to ask the airport representative. On the new runway that is being proposed to be built here in the near future, what is the exit path of that runway? I have heard it will run parallel to Medella Road, cross Hamilton and Medella. Is that development of the 10 acres on Medella Road where they're putting the 29 homes, is it in the flight path of that runway when the airplanes exit? I'm done.
I'm afraid we can't answer that.
No, but we have Dean here. He can answer. No comment?
That's not the purpose of this proceeding, so.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to address the board? Yes, come right on down.
Name is McQueen Nancy. I live on Medella Road. I think there are three main points. One, the land that you're talking about is a swamp. Whenever they build homes there, it's going to cause all of the water that would have gone naturally there somewhere else. It's not a logical place to put a development. Number two, there is the flight path problem of planes coming and going south. If they're going to South America or wherever, they're just going to come across this property. The decibel level at approximately that distance is around 90. That is not good for your hearing. So all of those lovely little walks out in the park that they described will be unbearable, pointless. The third is the traffic. On that southern corridor of the airport, there is airport industry traffic. The residents will have to exit onto that. It's not going to be good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else want to address? Apparently not this issue we brought back. I forgot the applicant would like to address some of these comments.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be pretty brief with my comments. I know that this is just a public hearing and we work on a recommendation to bring back before you and at your next hearing for an actual vote, but I did want to just kind of touch on a couple of things. I think it's important to kind of put it into the context of why we're here. That question was raised a couple of times. And I think that's really important, and it's a good question because it was part of my presentation. In 2004, this 35-acre tract was designated for residential development, right? That was 16 years ago. In 1999, it was annexed into the city. It was identified in a recent comprehensive plan change for the urban development area. There have been numerous steps over the decades to identify this as residential development. When this project, and that is just to highlight how many steps of a development review process there are. We are in a zoning stage. We're asking for the PUD modification to assign the density and the intensity to this piece of property that was recognized in 2004. When the developer originally was looking at it, Cascara is the name of the LLC that is developing the site. They were looking at 4 units an acre. It was with conversations with city staff who raised issues that you've heard today as far as flight over zones and noise and all the other issues that you've heard today, that the density on this 35 acres was dropped to 1.6 dwelling units an acre, which is consistent with exactly what that original PUD set out for this entire Morgan Creek PUD. Now again, this site is being asked, as far as the conditions go, to provide the pedestrian connectivity that was a part of that original PUD. And this developer is willing and able to provide that connectivity. We're not asking to become a part of the HOA. We have no intent to become part of the HOA. It's just, it is a requirement of the PUD as it exists today. And we're willing to meet that, and that's what our site plan shows. As it relates to the flight path, things like that with the airport, we work with Mr. Conrad, we work with the airport authority on all those issues. If the county parcel does not have a navigation easement on it, we will make sure that that gets in place as part of the development review process as that moves forward. If the navigation easement that is already on the 35 acres needs to be updated or amended or otherwise recognize new plans that have come in after this site was recognized for residential development, we'll work with the airport authority to make sure the appropriate notices and controls are in place to put people, future residents, aware of that area. You've heard about the drainage. This process is a multi-layer process. You got to peel back a number of pieces of the onion to get to the actual core. You heard Mr. Wood talk about how much analysis and study, soil samples, surveys, topography, that all goes into play. That all happens after this stage, because that is a big lift, and it is a lot of risk. But you've already heard him say that we are doing a 100-year storm event. We're doing larger ponds, larger design to provide more control of volume and the flow rate, because that's what the standard is. If today water flows off the site, no matter how many houses are put on that piece of property, whether it's 10 or 56, as we're asking for today, we have to make sure that the water that goes off the site today is the same tomorrow as it is pre-development. The flow rate, so actually how fast it comes off the site, and the volume. So we're exceeding the standard for this piece of property, what would otherwise be required by the Water Management District, which would typically be a 25-year storm event, and we're doing a 100-year storm event. So I think that those are some really critical pieces that need to come into play when this decision is made, as the staff report is drafted and the conditions are put in place. Those will all be included. Transportation, we've done the most recent transportation analysis is being completed now. The level of service on Medulla is a level of service B. The criteria of separation of the entrances we've met. We've already reviewed that with the staff. We've reviewed that with Polk County. They have acknowledged that where that location is, it is appropriate for the intersections. And we have worked through that issue already. Some of the pictures, when the canopy trees along Hamilton Road are substantially further away from our site. We will not be impacting any of those canopy trees along Medulla Road or Hamilton Road. That won't be an issue. We will be extending utilities. We have a couple different options on how utilities get to the site. How that ultimately gets worked out is, again, another layer in the development process that we've finalized and dot those I's and cross those T's after a PUD modification. So with that, I appreciate your time. You've been very generous with it this morning. I appreciate the public's time. This is an important part of this process, is hearing from the residents. We have made a number of accommodations throughout these public hearing process to address compatibility, drainage, and those kinds of concerns, and I expect we'll do the same between now and the next hearing in January. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. This, it'll be brought back next month. Yes, what?
I just wanted to ask one question. There were 3 different references made with regards to the runway from the airport, the new runway. And this one gentleman had a letter. Yes. Where did that letter come from? Who issued that letter to you? Oh. Okay.
That would be me.
Okay, well, my point, though, that I'm making is where that lot is located, from what I was looking at, is south of Medulla, correct?
Within 1,000 feet of this.
Okay, south of Medulla, closer to the airport. Is that lot, was that turned down because of it being a flight plan, or actually because they're going to build a runway there?
Board member Sites, that letter was written over the summer for an application that was submitted to the county to change the land use from a business park land use to residential land use. And my understanding is the intent was to accommodate a single home. However, the land use could have accommodated more than that. So that letter was written directly in response to that case that was submitted to Polk County.
Okay. But my concern is if that's going to be a runway.
That parcel was farther to the east and to the north than this property. So it was closer to the end of the runway, of the new runway. And what we can do when we come back next month with our recommendation, we can provide to you, just for clarification, maps of those overflight zones and the airport master plan that'll show those runways, and that'll help you kind of visualize the location of this case in relation to the runways.
Okay, thank you.
It'll be brought back next month with the staff's recommendation. That ends the public hearing for item number 6. We move on to item 7.
Item number 7, change in the future land use designation from residential medium to community activity center, and a change in zoning from O1 low impact office to C4 community center commercial.
We'll hold up a minute till we clear the chamber. Give them a chance to clear out. Okay, we continue.
Okay.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Just about good morning. Todd Vargo again with the Community Economic Development Department. I understand from the applicant that they have a request to continue this item once more to January, and I think this will be the final time. I think we're finally just about ready to bring it forward to you. However, I did receive an email. We did advertise this. We sent out the letters, and I did receive an email and a phone call from some property owners in the area. I don't know if they're here, and if they are, I wanted to see if you wanted to give them the opportunity to speak on this case. I don't know. Is anybody here for this?
A public hearing, anybody for this item?
This is 98 in Fredericksburg near the McDonald's on 98? No? Okay, so apparently nobody's here, and now the applicant just, oh no, there, sorry Shelton, I looked right over you. Sorry about that.
Good morning. I appreciate your time. Shelton Rice, for the record. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Peterson & Myers, address 225 East Lemon Street, Lakeland, Florida. Today I'm here on behalf of the applicants. We've got 3 property owners that are involved with this request. It's a small-scale comp plan amendment. It's also got a planned unit development that has now come into play with it. It's gone through a couple of iterations based on conversations that have been had with staff. We've had multiple meetings. Still having conversations as recently as last week on exactly what we're going to present. So the reason we've continued this case is when we present it to you, we want to present a final product that we think is a good development. We're not there yet. We fully anticipate being there soon, so we respectfully request a continuance to the January Planning and Zoning hearing.
Do I have a motion for continuance?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, we continue this to January. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. I forgot, it has to be unanimous, right? It's got to be unanimous. I forgot about that.
And I
Okay,
just
thank you.
wanted everybody watching to know that next month, the meeting is on Wednesday, January 20th. So we usually would meet Tuesday, but Martin Luther King Day is on Monday, which pushes the City Commission meeting back to Tuesday, which pushes us back to Wednesday. So next month, our meeting will be on Wednesday, January 20th, 2021.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, what do we got? Item, 8?
Change in zoning from RA3 Single Family Residential to Plan Unit Development to allow a maximum of 39 single-family attached townhouse dwelling units on approximately 4.05 acres located south of Druid Street and east of Gilmore Avenue. Owner, CMTG Real Estate Enterprises. Applicant, Kimley Horn and Associates Incorporated.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Philip Scarce, again, with Community Economic Development. Go ahead and first. All right. This is a request to rezone 4.05 acres property south of Druid Street, east of Gilmore Avenue. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from single family RA3 to plan unit development. The proposed use is for 39 single-family attached dwelling units. This is their proposed site plan, and just going to give you a little, not history on this, but just something about the zoning. That the RA3 single-family zoning category does I shouldn't say allow, but it does have the provision for single-family attached as a conditional use permit. And within the land development code, it's the single-family attached is a special building type. Get to it here. We have it illustrated in our land development code, and we also have a table with it. But I wanted to show you this slide showing you the special building type for a single-family attached. Single-family attached dwelling per our land development code. These are platted single-family subdivisions, so it looks like a townhouse It could be single story, two-story, in this case, two-story. It's different than multifamily with the respect that these will be lots platted. The owners of these will own the land underneath, not just in the walls and for like a condo. So just wanted to make that specification based on why we're here for a PUD. This would have normally been, had it met these requirements, this would have been a conditional use permit. Similar process, but would require city commission approval. But I just want to highlight that one of the major factors with this case as well is these are, if you see this site plan, these are front entry garages, which in and of itself is not terrible, but it's not consistent with our development pattern that we require parking in the rear for single family attached and for the special building type. So just wanted to outline this. That's one of the reasons we're going from not a conditional use permit but a PUD. So just wanted to get that out of the way. Show you the location. This is Druid Street here. Further west would be Lakeland Hills. I keep getting Lakeland Highlands Road and Lakeland Hills mixed up. Closer, further west would be over Lakeland Regional Hospital. You have Lake Parker right here. This is Lake Shore Drive. Lake Parker Drive. Druid Street kind of curves up 90 degrees into North Lake Avenue. So we're the subject site is, obviously is right here, 4.05 acre parcel. So let's get back to the applicant's site plan. They are proposing a 39 single family attached subdivision that will come in off Druid. As you see here, the roundabout feature with stormwater management, and everybody will have a garage, and there'll be some overflow parking. Civic open space is kind of provided around in these green areas and associated with that. And again, like I mentioned, 39 dwelling units. This is their elevation, as I've shown before. Again, front-loaded entryways. And this would be what you would see if you were on Druid Street. This would be your elevation when you're looking here or there. Just showing some pictures for the surrounding area. I was standing just basically on the site, just taking a picture across the street, obviously single family. This is looking east on Druid. This is when it makes that turn into Lake Avenue.
And then the ingress would be at the bottom, below?
Yeah, it's where we're just further west from where I'm standing. Yeah, this is looking west on Druid. This is the single-family house just to the east of the subject site. Sorry for the fuzziness of this one. I don't know what I was doing, but this is again. This is looking just northeast across from the site. I am standing in the middle. Well, not in the middle, but I'm standing further back in the site, just back towards Druid, looking. On the site, believe looking west, back towards the church. This is on the site, looking at the Lakeland Harbor. You can kind of see it through the tree. You can see the elevation change. The site drops off towards Lake Parker, and there is some elevation change occurring from the site down into Lakeland Harbor, and then obviously onto the lake. This is in the middle of the site. This is the back fence line, but the the site goes further past this fence. But this is about as far as I could get, so I just wanted to take a picture. I'm looking towards the apartments on Lake Parker Avenue, or the condos. Yep. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant with Kimley Horn. They're going to let them talk about their proposal, and we'll answer any questions.
Make sure I got this right. Back, forward, and point. I guess that's pretty easy.
That's pretty easy, yeah.
For the record, again, Mark Wilson from Kimley Horn and Associates, and with me today is Elisa Turner from Kimley Horn as well, Elisa Harden at 116 South Kentucky Avenue, and then also CMTG Real Estate Enterprises. Melissa Baja is with us today as well, the actual applicant developer, if you will. So thank you to staff and Philip. We've had a lot of discussions with staff about trying to get them on board with the project here. It's a tricky site. We have opposition. We've been shared with some opposition letters, and I'm sure you'll have some people speaking here today that there are elements of this project they don't like. And I think what's tricky about it, make sure if I get this, we are in an area that's adjacent to condominiums. So the Lakeland Harbor site, I believe, along Lake Parker is around 14 units per acre. So it's fairly dense, from an overall 14 units per acre, but just the way it's laid out, these units that back up to single-family residential and, units that back up to the property we're proposing to do here. It's a consideration for us trying to step down from 14 units per acre. We're about 9.6, so we're less than 10. But that's still higher than what you would see in a single-family project with 50-foot lots, which probably averages around 4 or so units per acre at 50-foot wide lots, which is what you see a lot of here. We also have a church to our catty corner, if you will, to our southwest. There's a church site in here. So this is our property we're here to talk to you about today. And then some of the photos that Philip were showing you were kind of taken roughly in here, looking down East Druid, down West Druid, into the property, north of the property, and then you could see the Lakeland Harbor site. So we've been working with staff. I don't know that we have staff happy yet with our site plan. We have some alternative plans that they've sent us for us to consider. I think Philip touched on one of the differences is with our plan that we're proposing to do single-family attached, but we have the parking in the front, and you saw the rendering that we presented to you here. So one of the biggest differences and disconnects maybe that we've not aligned with on staff is our parking is coming in the front. We have adequate depth to allow you to park a car, but also park in the garage, as opposed to the preference, I believe, from staff for single-family attached is to have parking in the rear. Now, our site plan, we proposed a buffer along there. So a little bit, I'm talking about what Philip's already gone over with you, but I'll just kind of accentuate some features that we have some buffer proposed, especially on the single-family on this frontage side where we're trying to adjoin the single-family detached units. So you don't see the buffer down here, but you do see a buffer along these unit side and along our roadway frontage, and then going around this home that we're, I wouldn't say we're encompassing, but we're on two sides of that home there that's on Druid. So we have buffering there. And this particular home here, we have some open space, green space. It's really intended to be passive park space, possibly a dog park fenced off. It gives the residents a chance and a location to walk their dogs. We have a couple spots here, there, and along here, we've got some green space. And we have a stormwater pond. So this area has a lot of fall on it. This site, by the way, is only about 4 acres. So it's just over 4 acres. So it's 4.05 acres. So it's not a large piece of property, but I think most would agree if you look at the size of our stormwater pond, it's rather large. So we've tried to estimate on the large side of what we think we're going to need for stormwater, because we don't have a really great place to discharge the stormwater. So even though we're talking about planning elements of the property right now in the project, we're still considering the fact of, the next step would be, if we were to get through this process and get approved, to do detailed engineering plans. So we have to take into account what may be required there. And some of the opposition had pointed out that, we didn't have a lot of detail as it relates to engineering, and we're not at that phase yet. We're talking about, zoning essentially is what we're here talking about today, not detailed engineering plans. And there's also some discussion about water quality for the lake, and, we could possibly be harming water quality. And I think you'll see from some of the other photos on here, you don't really see any stormwater ponds in any of this, right? This was all developed well before those requirements. So these are all streets and lots. There's no treatment. It all goes straight to Lake Parker. You have new requirements nowadays for us to comply with. So obviously we have a pretty substantial stormwater pond to collect our runoff, to treat our runoff and deal with it before it discharges to the lake, which is a cost that we have to incur. It takes up land. So a lot of that leads to clustering, which is what this single family is about, a bit of a clustering of our development of our project to try to get a bit of a higher density and be able to afford to do something in this location here. And then some of it's market driven. So our client Melissa's gonna come up here and speak to you after I'm speaking to you, talk a little bit more about the homes they build, the product they build. They've actually have built a home on, 2 homes I should say, on Druid at this. You don't see it in this area, but these corners here, those 2 single family detached homes. So they can talk a bit about what they hear in the market, what people are looking for in homes. A lot of questions they get are, I don't want a yard, I want a town home, less maintenance for me, and they're happy with something of this type of product. We also had some comments from, I believe the CRA, and I'll address a few of those because they may be in your packet, but there are some questions about sidewalks. So as Philip touched on our plan, it's rather simple, a road coming through the turnaround and a road leading back to these attached units, and this one set of attached units here, some parking for residents. We do have sidewalks throughout our project. You can see sidewalks that lead to all the units. They're on one side of the road since it's such a small project. It's only 39 units, which I know compared to 39 is a big number, but it's not a large residential type development. It's 39 units. So we have sidewalks connecting. We have sidewalks leading along the backside here. That's going to allow this little open space over the pond, and hopefully we can find a way to get a little mulch path or stabilized path around our pond and try to minimize as much as possible this feature here and add to our open space. One of the questions was about lack of open space. We think we've done a pretty good job with open space really on this size with the small pocket parks, and considering what you have to do here. I would also add that just along Druid, there's a rather short connection that leads you up to the next street, which is it Channing? The name of the street's that one, Channing. So it's right in this this location here. So Channing, yes. So there's a small gap that certainly makes sense for us to kind of close that gap at the sidewalk, because we're going to be building a sidewalk along our frontage. Why not close the gap to Channing? There's already a sidewalk Channing, and that leads to a wonderful park in the city of Lakeland. I mean, the city has done a lot to enhance this trail here. You have a lake. I mean, in literally a short walk, our residents will have availability to walk by a sidewalk down to a multimodal path that leads to, the city's wonderful park system on Lake Parker that just continues to go to the north. So we feel like, we've done a good job of providing as much open space as we can under the constraints that we have to deal with on the project out here. Certainly, we'll be working with the utilities department for, potable water, sanitary sewer. There's actually a sewer line that runs through our property right through here. You can see on the plan, maybe you can see it, that we'll work with city staff on getting that relocated as it runs through our property. The traffic impact is low. Again, I stress it's only 39 units. And something else that Philip had touched on, I think it should talk about it, is again, transitioning from a multifamily, higher density, which kind of stands out a little bit in this neighborhood. There's no doubt about that. There's a lot of single family and some church, but just off the screen is Lakeland Hills Boulevard. So I mean, the commercial is right literally along the back here of Lakeland Hills, and the hospital is across the street. So we feel it's a very walkable, livable neighborhood that, you can have a town home, less maintenance, you have access to the lake and a great park system, and you have access to a healthcare employer, a large healthcare campus up in this area, Watson Clinic and Lakeland Regional right in this area. I will let Melissa, if she would want to come forward, maybe add a little bit to our comments for today. And again, we acknowledge we've got a little bit of work to do with what staff has sent us. I'll maybe talk about that after Melissa talks to wrap up some other ideas that staff has presented to us that maybe we can do a little work on to hopefully enhance some elements on the plan. So.
Hi, this is Melissa Biso with CMTG Real Estate Enterprises, the owner and developer. I want to say we are excited to be building in our community in Lakeland and Polk County. We love what we do, and we love real estate development. Polk County is growing by leaps and bounds, and I commend the city of Lakeland for the fantastic job they are doing of attracting business to the area. We want to be a part of that growth by building houses for those people that are moving here. We do real estate development, and I'm a real estate broker, and I think that this gives us a great pulse on the housing market and what buyers are looking for. We are especially excited about the townhouse projects that we are building because we feel it is a niche that is being missed by other developers. There are a lot of apartments being built, a lot of single-family homes, but not a lot of attached single-family homes, which is a great product buyers are really asking for. The townhouse or attached single-family is an amazing product to us to bridge current established communities such as this one with just a little higher density while maintaining the same homeowner feel. These townhouses will be high-end with one-car garages, high ceilings, granite countertops. We anticipate that they will sell for around $200,000. As a comparison, we are about ready to break ground with this exact same townhouse community less than 2 miles away around the corner on the south side of Lake Parker. It is exactly the same scenario as this neighborhood. Single-family homes on 2 sides, condos on another, with a church and commercial properties very nearby. We do not intend for these to be rentals. We do not intend to sell to investors who will hold them as rentals. We know that's very important to this neighborhood and the people that live there already. We intend to help this community by increasing property values to bring new construction, which in turn brings pride in ownership to all the surrounding homes. I know change is many times not easy, and many would like things to stay as they are. Many residents here have had the enjoyment of an undeveloped piece of property as their neighbor for many years, and we understand that's hard to let go of. But I hope they will see that what we are proposing will actually be an asset, not a detriment to their community. I think Mark addressed some of the specific concerns that neighbors have. One thing someone wrote addressing a pre-app that we had in 2018, and just a specific point on that. At the time, we were only working with 2.5 acres at a higher density than we're asking for now. We now have 4 acres to work with, and we have made changes to our plans that the staff had recommended since that time. I think Mark also said there were a recommendation to change the garage to the back to meet with more of the urban neighborhood that they're looking for, and we would be happy to make those changes to make that work with the staff before plans are finalized. I did bring just a couple of slides to show you, that's the rendering, but a couple slides of a townhouse project that we have already built just to show you the caliber that we're building. Much higher end townhouses than most are building. High ceilings, 8-foot doors, granite countertops, tiled throughout. It's a very high-end product that I think most people don't imagine when they think of townhouses, but it's a very nice project. This one is in South Lakeland on Lunn Road. This particular one is a rental community, different than this one on Druid will be, but same product on the inside.
Who's the contractor?
We are also the contractor, CMTG Construction.
That's who you represent?
And while you don't anticipate this new development to be rental property, what are you going to put in place to prohibit future owners and future sales from being rental property?
We write that in the HOA documents, that rentals are not allowed for a period of time. We will work with our attorney on that to, definitely discourage investors that are looking to buy and rent. We won't allow the short-term rentals and that kind of thing.
Also, I didn't see anything on any of the basic renderings for guest parking or overflow, or how's that going to work?
Yeah, I think Mark would probably answer.
So it was, in this location right here, we have some overflow parking proposed in this general area here. So there's maybe 6 spaces or so, 5 to 6 spaces right there. And then keep in mind, I think you saw from the renderings and what Melissa was just showing you, that there's garage and there's also driveway space that's deep enough to park a car in. So
Oh, I understand that. I was just thinking people have parties, people, have guests, so where, they're all going to come in different cars. Where are they going to park?
A party, not any different than my neighborhood. People park in the street because if it's, 7, 8, 9, 10 people, whatever it is, I live in South Lake and then a subdivision, and they park in the street if there's some kind of party. But I think your average homeowner with visitors, we have some available parking here and some other, parking if someone's down here, they could park in front of the house if they had to. But we have the garage and we have the driveway, which is typically what you have on most homes. If there's a garage or carport in the driveway, that's your typical single family that you're, providing there. So scenario, I should say. I'd also maybe, unless there's any more questions, just kind of close with, again, we're focused on, this is a neighborhood with single family, and it's also a neighborhood with a high density condominium project. And working with staff, I think there's agreement from a planning standpoint that we're trying to transition between those two uses, right? We have a church on this side of our property. This is largely undeveloped here, but there's single family and other areas that we're buffering up against. So we're focused on transitioning down condominiums, higher density, single family attached, less density, but higher than the single family. So there's a transition going on here. And we feel like we've made some proposed improvements on the plans to try to help deal with that transition on the west side of our property where we're next to single family. I stand for any questions. And of course,
Further questions?
we'd like to come back if we have any questions from the audience you'd like us to address them.
This is
Thank
a
you.
public hearing, so we will,
Yes, just before you get into the public hearing, sir, I just wanted to point out, and Mark had mentioned some comments from the CRA. I'm going to read their letter for the record. I just would just want to report that we did receive 5 emails and 3 calls in opposition to the request. And as well, we have our CRA manager, Elise Drumgo, wrote us a letter as well. So I'm going to read that into the record. Please excuse my absence at a scheduling conflict. I would like the considerations of this correspondence for the record as direct opposition to the proposed planning and development at 731 Druid Street. The Community Redevelopment Agency's primary goal is to redevelop and rebuild communities, and there is a great appreciation for CMTG's consideration and desire to invest in the Lakeshore neighborhood. However, there are some notable concerns with the planned project since it is fundamentally imperative to plan this enclave with the standards that align with the quality urban design standards. Some of the flaws of this plan include lack of connectivity to the sidewalk network, lack of accessibility to the units as shown on the site plan, lack of articulation causing monotony along building facades, lack of distinct civic open space, inadequate site layout of vehicular access that causes pedestrians' vehicle conflicts with the placement of garages adjacent to the public right-of-way, inconsistent building orientation causing residential frontages to the front and rear of the other units. I recommend reconfiguring of the layout to improve sidewalk/roadway connectivity, reduction of pedestrian/vehicular conflicts, reorientation of units in alignment with the quality urban design, and the dedication of a clearly defined civic open space, and that is from our CRA manager, Elise Drumgo. I mentioned the emails and the calls. Just to give you some ideas of what what the concerns. Obviously, the compatibility was concerned. There's traffic concerns. There was also concerns in the apartment next door that they have. I think there's a large retaining wall. They were concerned about the structural integrity of the stormwater retention and possible, that breaking and or going onto the Lakeland Harbor site and flooding some residents out. So they had some of those concerns. So I just wanted to outline those for you, and then we'll happy to answer any questions after public comment if you have any.
Questions of, this is a public hearing. Come forward one at a time, remember, 3-minute time limit. Name and address for the record.
Would you put those sequentially on the screen, please?
No.
Marjorie Bristol Wardlow, 1600 West Lake Parker Drive, Unit D3, Lakeland, 33805. On the screen, you see pictures of a rainfall in July. The rain was about 2 hours long. It was draining down off the adjoining property and the property just to the west of the one which is under consideration now. It flooded our driveway. It flooded it for several hours. The water was coursing out very fast into a drainage ditch. That is without the property in question being built upon. We have a drainage problem. Could you put up the second picture, please, sir? Thank you. This again is how it's spewing out across our driveway, going down into Lake Parker 2 hours after the rainstorm. We have questions about the competency of the runoff, the stormwater retention pond. It's very close to our back retaining wall, and if the water goes over the edge of the stormwater retention pond, it's going to be going onto our cars and into our laundry building and making a river out of our driveway. We have quite an elevation between the property in question and ours. We have had a problem, at least for the past 34 years that I have been there, of so much water coming down off Lakeland Hills Boulevard, down to Gilmore, down onto our property. Right now, there is a lot of room for percolation of that water on your 4.05 acres in question. That is going to be eliminated. Can the retention pond compensate for it? How many inches of rain per hour can that retention pond handle? Additionally, Druid is a tiny little road and going around a right-hand corner. It cannot handle the traffic of an additional 39 units, which if, excuse me, if we think back to what people were saying earlier today, 2 cars per household. Very few households have only 1 car. There's going to be a very increased noise level. There's going to be a problem with water. The elevation is a problem. The pond may fill. There will be impact to the water quality of the lake with the runoff events. And Mr. Skeer's name is on a document from 11/2/18 stating the proposed site plan is incompatible in scale, intensity, and character with the surrounding single-family residential uses and would generate substantial traffic impacts when compared to a conventional single-family subdivision. Due to the unusual parcel configuration and context of the surrounding neighborhood, single-family attached housing would not be appropriate as currently shown.
Okay, thank you. Would the next person who is coming up please state your name and address for the record?
My name is John Lamond. I live at 740 Druid Street, Lakeland, Florida 33805. My house is right across from the proposed development, and after listening to Melissa today, I feel like I want to sell mine and move over there. But the fact is, the Druid Street community is a quiet, diverse community of single-family homes that's developed over 75 years, and the neighborhood has remained an RA3 residential community. The proposed zoning change, allowing the construction of 39 townhouses, will overturn the 75-year tradition of single-family growth. In November of 2018, I noticed activity on 731 Druid Street, so I went to the planning office. They gave me a document called Project Review, project number CPT 18-106. This more or less outlined the plan of the owner of the property to construct 28 townhouses on the property. According to the review, which has already been mentioned, the plan was not recommended by the city planners, based in part on the following determination. Quoting from page 2 in the review, the proposed site plan is incompatible in scale, intensity, and character with the surrounding single-family subdivision. They may have added two more acres to this, but it still remains very dense. Over the past 2 years, this plan has been revised and is now being presented to the zoning board. And what has been revised about it? Adding 11 more townhouses for a total of 39. To what the city planners have already said is incompatible in scale, intensity, and character with the surrounding neighborhood. How is this possible? If the plan was too disruptive in 2018, it's certainly too disruptive today. One of the elements has been mentioned also is the issue of traffic. The plan said, and I quote, this review said, and I quote, it would generate substantial traffic impacts when compared with a single-family subdivision. With the addition of 11 more townhouses, this impact would be significantly intensified. There are at least 3 other traffic elements to consider. First, there is only a single ingress and egress on this property, and that is onto Druid Street, which is a relatively narrow residential street. There are no other outlets from this property to the surrounding streets. And my 3 minutes is almost up. So, in summary, with the Planning Committee's earlier rejection of the plan because it's incompatible in scale, intensity, and character with the neighborhood, with the inexplicable addition of 11 more townhouses, and with the intense and dangerous traffic concerns, I request the zoning change be rejected. Yay!
3 seconds, yeah. Thank you very much. Who's next? Come right on down.
I have been tasked with reading a letter that has been sent by the president of our HOA.
Could you give your name and address for the record?
My name and address. My name is Ray Waldron. My address is 1600 West Lake Parker Drive. The post office, if you're trying to mail to us, insists that you put apartment number because otherwise they won't be able to send it to the location in question. It's C6.
Great.
Okay. This was written by John P. Carr, who is the president of, he says, Dear Sirs and Madams, he says, I am John F. Rick P. Carr, president of the Lakeland Harbor Apartments Incorporated, which is an HOA, which are condominiums located at 1600 West Lake Parker Drive. I am writing in response to the request by Kimley Horn and Associates Incorporated for a zoning change on the 4-acre parcel adjacent to our complex. My board and owners are without exception strongly opposed to this request. As I understand it, zoning ordinances are drafted to protect municipalities and city residents from uses that would adversely affect current owners, particular owners adjacent and nearby. I am reminded of a situation whereby one of our residents was washing his car. A code enforcement officer approached him and informed him that such activity was not permitted as the runoff would further pollute Lake Parker. It makes sense. The runoff would eventually find its way into the lake. This demonstrates one of our major concerns. The runoff from the roofs and roads of the proposed development would be substantial and would find its way into Lake Parker, which I understand is already one of the most polluted lakes in the area. The proposed holding pond presents an even greater concern for us. It would serve to increase mosquito infestations as well as attract other undesirables, as well as create drainage problems for our development and our structural problems for our retaining walls, possibly causing them to fail. We fear that the runoff will eventually cross over our site on its way to the lake. In addition, the increase of noise pollution from such a high density occupation from cars, motorcycles, barking dogs, etc., would disturb our over 55 community significantly. Our community has worked hard to increase our property values and standard of living. When I moved here 5 years ago, vacancies were numerous and owners had difficulty selling their units. Since then, properties are selling within weeks and property values have doubled and tripled, increasing the county tax base, due in part to the volunteer work of our owners. Allowing the rezoning will significantly adversely affect property values, undoing all our owners' efforts over the past few years. I speak with the experience of over 45 years as a real estate broker, retired general certified real estate appraiser, and general contractor. In addition, it is extremely unfair to our owners. They bought their lands based on their units based on guarantees of stability surrounding our site. Allowing such a zoning change would be severely unfair to us and other adjacent landowners, and I therefore ask you to vote against this request respectfully. I should also point out that on this buffer zone that he wants to build, you should basically buffer the side next to Lake Parker, because right now what you have is basically you've got a level here essentially for where the property is up there, and here's where our driveway is. That driveway is our only way in and out of the place. It's one lane. It barely handles two traffic. If you've got two small cars, they can probably pass each other. If you get a garbage truck in there, if you get a fire truck, you get a recycling truck in there, good luck trying to get your car passed.
Very good. Could you make that a matter of record, this letter?
I think Rick sent this thing by email to you, so I don't know, but if you want a copy of it for...
He says he got it.
Okay.
Good. Anybody else?
What?
Yes. I can't understand what you're
If you have
saying.
comments, please come up to the microphone.
I'm a resident at the Lake Parker Apartments, and the reason there are not many of us here today is because we are an over 55 community, and a lot of the residents cannot, especially with COVID, come here. But we are already having water seepage problems coming through the wall adjacent to where they're going to build. And the water flows down. And if these properties are built, there's going to be so much excess water, it's going to damage our properties. And there are 4 blocks of apartments, condos. So it would be detrimental to us if this goes ahead.
Ma'am, if you could please state your name for the record and your address.
Philomena Parker, and I'm in apartment A24.
that's Lakeland Harbor, the condominiums? Yes.
Sorry?
The condominiums on Lake Parker.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Lakeland Harbor Apartments. Where are the other two speakers? Okay.
Anything else? Thank you very much.
That's it, thank you.
Thank you for showing up.
It really would be detrimental to us.
Noted.
Okay. It just cannot happen.
Good morning, if it's still morning. My name is Helen Boyle. I live on Druid Street, 712, Lakeland, Florida, 33805. This property, they've already told you exactly what's happening here, and they're exiting and entering on Druid Street. Druid Street is very narrow, and so is Lake. They didn't mention Lake. Lake is a very narrow street with children and families and all this extra traffic. And like they said, at least 2 cars per family. And if they have a guest, that could be 100 cars. We already have people going through stop signs and with motorcycles. Who's to stop them? And then all this additional traffic, it cannot handle it. And it's just very distressing. They're talking about these apartments. To me, I'm going to be critical. It looks like junk going in, and I would never buy in such a place. They look like Quonset huts according to their map, and not even clear how they're going to handle that. They're talking about a dog park. They're trying to squeeze everything into this little tiny area, and they're not even considering the wildlife that they're displacing. To me, it's horrible. And here's another neighbor right here. He lives across the street where it's coming in on his property.
So you're together, are you two?
We're together.
Okay, you cite your name and address for the record.
Go ahead.
Barry Sears, 715 and 721 Druid Street here in Lakeland. Okay, I grew up in the early 1950s in this very neighborhood. I currently still live there now. The reason being, it's quiet, it's peaceful. I'd like to see it stay that way. It's the main reason I came back is to live there because of that. Everything you've heard so far has been true. This is a very narrow street. There is no sidewalk. Okay, so there is a major problem with water. It does tend to stand. I mean, in my backyard, I've got lakefront property back there for a few days. It's got to go somewhere. It's running toward Lake Parker and this proposed development. I don't think that's going to contribute anything to the neighborhood at all, much less, or even worse, Lake Parker. That runoff has got to go somewhere. But everything I've heard so far, absolutely true. The area has got wildlife, it's quiet, it's peaceful. I and the others behind me were wanting to stay there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming in this morning. Anybody else wants to address this issue? Come right on down.
Hello, my name is Susan Christopher, and I live at the Lakeland Harbor Condos. I've lived there for 20 years, and we definitely have water drainage from up above, and it comes underneath our driveway, and it runs down into the sewer drains constantly behind our parked cars, and it runs down between our building, C and B and C building. Sometimes the grass is like a sponge there, and it's all coming from that above level where they want to propose these townhouses. I think the townhouses are very attractive and whatnot, but I think where they want to put that retaining storm pond, that is right next to our driveway, and we have an elevation of 6 to 7 feet, and our retaining wall is about 50 years old. And why they would want to put that retaining wall right next to our wall that borders our driveway, it doesn't make any sense. And he also mentioned that it's not a good site for stormwater drainage. And that first man that spoke said that right off the bat, and it is not a good place for water drainage. And that's all I have to say. And we are not in favor of it.
Thank you very much. Anybody else to this? Apparently not. This will be brought back next month for the staff's recommendations. Oh, you had, that's right, I forgot. The applicant has some comments.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Mark Wilson, just thought I'd rebut some of the things. Maybe let me start out with Elisa's letter from the CRA and just maybe be a little bit more specific. I know I touched on it, and Philip kind of read the letter into the record, but it talks about lack of connectivity with a sidewalk system, and we have a sidewalk throughout our project connecting all areas, and was offering up that we thought it'd be a great idea to have a sidewalk required by us to connect over to Channing. So you've got this whole connected sidewalk system that leads actually down to the lake. So I think we've done a pretty good job with the sidewalk connection. I'm not sure why that bullet point's in there, but with the exception of maybe this idea here that Elise wouldn't know about, and maybe that would, maybe change his mind about our connectivity. A lack of accessibility to the units, I'm not sure how to respond to that because they're garages and driveways, and we have sidewalks, and they're very accessible. So I'm not sure what we're talking about there. Lack of articulation causing monetary side faces. Well, I think you saw the renderings of the units, and then also Melissa showed you actual photos of units we built. They're not straight like this is in a rendering. There was some articulation, not to the point of having a building offset significantly from another. Maybe that's what Elise was speaking to, but I think they were still relatively attractive units and nice looking buildings. So lack of civic open space. We think we've done a pretty good job with open space. Keeping in mind, this is a 4-acre project. It's not 40, it's not 400, it's 4. So we have some dog park areas. We're going to amenitize our pond. And why not take advantage of what the city's done with their park system? We're going to be connected to the park. Inadequate site layout, vehicular access. I mean, these roads are going to meet city standards, their widths, their turnaround. We're meeting the standards. We have extra parking. And then inconsistent building orientation because they face the back of the units. We do have this situation here, which we have this green space for that very reason, to not face the back of these units, to try to buffer and do what we can with that. And then this unit faces just the back corner here, really, and we've got parking to try to help buffer that. So we feel like we've addressed some of that specifically with this plan here from what the comments were from the CRA. The other comments in general, you speak to drainage. Drainage is not necessarily a planning topic. It's more of an engineering site standard, site development review process that you go through. I would note that some of the photos we show, there's water going across the driveway, water going in and out of structures. That's what drainage is supposed to do. I know the residents along here are concerned about this retaining wall, and keep in mind, we're on our property. We're not encroaching on anyone else's property, and there's going to be a lot of detail to go into this actual design, but we're talking about a planning element here today, and it sounds like they have some issues that they may want to deal with outside of what we ever do on this property. If the wall's been there for 50 years and they're having the issues they're having, it sounds like something they probably need to get addressed by the HOA to deal with those issues regardless of what we do. But we're going to have to create stormwater ponds and treat our own water, and let's not lose the fact that no one out here has done that. This condo association, they don't have a stormwater pond. They're not treating their water. No one is treating their water because they predated the requirements. That's not the case with us. The bar has been raised, the standard's been raised. We have different standards to adhere to. And I would also note for relativity that there's 60 units, so 60 units on 4.32 acres. And we're talking approximately 39 on 4.05 acres. 60, 39. We're less than they are. There are hundreds of homes out here in this neighborhood and businesses. They use these roads. 39 vehicular trips. If we look at 4 units per acre, which is probably what this is developed at with 50-foot lots, and we're talking 9.5, so there could be maybe 20 or so single-family lots on here, and we're talking 39. That's an increase of 19. That's not that many trips. It it doesn't hit any buttons on an impact scale from traffic. It's well below any threshold of any meaningful impact on a roadway network for those number of trips we're talking about. So I think I've touched on most of the comments that the residents have made. Wildlife, it's 4 acres, it's open, it's mowed, there's tree canopy. There's no doubt we will be knocking down some trees to develop this, but you can also have, there's no doubt that we have to replant trees back and some street trees and deal with the City of Lakeland's Land Development Code, which is pretty substantial when it comes to landscaping and making sure you're providing tree canopy. So thank you for allowing me to rebut.
What's the price range on those townhomes?
Melissa, the applicant had talked about $200,000 plus or minus range for each.
200,000 and up?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, this will be brought back next month for staff recommendation and a final decision. So we can move on to item number 9, which is review the minutes. I guess everybody's read the minutes in detail and have any questions about?
No.
Hear a motion to accept? Then move to second, we accept the minutes as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Now we move into the general meeting. Well, I guess we did that with the minutes. Item 10.
Item 10, major modification of plan unit development zoning to include additional properties located along Bunker Road and adopt a revised site development plan. The site is approximately 724.4 acres located north and east of the Polk Parkway, west of Airport Road, and south of Old Tampa Highway. Owner LCP, owner LLC. Applicant Timothy Campbell.
Good afternoon again. For the record, Philip Scarce with Community and Economic Development. Excuse me. Last month we presented to you in a public hearing for the site Lakeland Central Park, the 700 plus mixed-use plan unit development located north of the Parkway and west of Airport Road and south of New Tampa Highway. Excuse me. There's a location map here. There's New Tampa Parkway and Airport Road. The major modification is required because when you're anytime you add land, no matter how large the land is, it requires a major modification. So as the applicant mentioned last month, there was omissions and the legal description when we were originally doing this PUD, converting this development of regional impact from its adopting its development order and making it into a PUD. These parcels were left out, and they had bought some as well. This little piece right here along Airport Road and another 5-acre piece as well here off of Bunker. So what we're doing is we're adding those in. There's some other elements to regarding the languages for floor area ratio within the PUD. But just to blow up the areas a little bit more, here's that 5-acre lot, and then again there's a little sliver of land out there on Airport Road that's being included as well. This is the adopted site plan that we have today, and the proposed site plan. This is going to be the site plan, and I'm going to zoom into where their nuances are a little different here. Originally it was approved, there was a lot more, there were some more mixed uses along Airport Road. And you remember testimony from last month that after some further environmental studies have been done and the way that the drainage system works on it, they had to kind of replace those with open space. So you have some commercial pods here out on Airport Road, but this green is going to be open space. This office area has been reduced. There will have some drainage that runs around the backside of it. All the elements of the and conditions still remain in effect for the PUD. The trail along the spine roads is intact. Nothing's really being changed. The major difference was that they did a realignment of the spine road that connects in with the residential development on the other side. I'm sorry, it's been a long morning. The name of the subdivision escapes my mind, but anyway, they're aligning that street so there's no offsets in the street. So this is going to be aligned with the residential subdivision on the east side of Airport Road.
That's Steeplechase, I think.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Actually, it's Lakes of Laurel Highlands. That's 50.
Lake Lower Highlands. Yes. Yeah. So with that said, we are adopting the new site plan. I'm going to go back. The proposed site plan. And there's also some language in the conditions. Just one thing has been added, that the floor area ratio is not going to be based on a parcel to parcel level. The floor area ratio will be determined on the project as a whole, the gross acreage. And that's what we do that with large PUDs anyway, but they just wanted something more in writing as far as how we interpret the FAR. It's a 0.5 FAR in the business park future land use designation. So, and they have minimum and maximums for office, warehouse, retail specified in the code. So those were the two major changes. The site plan, just language that we're adding. We're looking at the floor area ratio based on the entire site, not on a parcel level. And with that, staff does recommend approval. You have it's a very long list of conditions. It's been a long morning. I won't read everything in verbatim, but that's the summary of our recommendation, and we recommend that to be approved. Thank you very much. I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Any questions of the board? So it is staff's recommendation we approve this item.
Yes, sir. This is for approval.
Oh, it is?
Hear a motion?
Make a motion, we approve it.
There a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded, we accept the staff's recommendation on item 10. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Show it passing unanimously.
Item 11, plat approval for Gresham Farms on 68.39 acres, generally located south of Medella Road, east of County Line Road, and north of West Pipkin Road. Owner, Gresham Farms Development, LLC. Applicant, Kenneth Thompson, Platinum Surveying and Mapping, LLC.
Good afternoon again. For the record, Joshua Cheney with Community Economic Development, Platinum Surveying and Mapping, LLC, on behalf of Gresham Farms, LLC, has submitted a subdivision plat for Gresham Farms. The proposed plat consists of 5 parcels on approximately 68.39 acres, generally located south of Medella Road, east of County Line Road, and north of West Pipkin Road. Plats are reviewed by the City Subdivision Review Team for compliance with Article 9 of the city's Land Development Code, and staff is recommending approval of this to the Planning and Zoning Board. I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Any questions on plat approval? If not, the final determination, you recommend the approval, I guess, staff recommendation?
That's correct.
I make a motion that we make the plat approval.
Here a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Do we accept staff's recommendation on this plat? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Show it unanimous. Item 12.
Plat approval for Gateway Lakeland Commercial Park, Phase 3 on 7.16 acres, generally located north of First Park Boulevard, east of Bridgewater Center Drive, and south of Bridgewater Center Lane. Owner, I433 Venture LLC. Applicant, Sloan Engineering Group Incorporated.
For the record, Joshua Cheney with Community Economic Development, Sloan Engineering Group Incorporated, on behalf of I-433 Venture LLC has submitted a subdivision plat for the Gateway Lakeland Commercials Park Phase 3. The proposed plat consists of a replat of lots 1, 2, 3, and 4 in a portion of Bridgewater Center Drive on approximately 7.16 acres, generally located north of First Park Boulevard, east of Bridgewater Center Drive, and south of Bridgewater Center Lane. Plats are reviewed by the City Subdivision Review Team for compliance with Article 9, which are the subdivision standards within our Land Development Code. And it is recommended that the Planning and Zoning Board approve the plat as conforming to Article 9 of the Land Development Code. And with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Any questions? Your recommendation?
We recommend approval.
Move for approval.
Have a motion, second, been moved and seconded, we accept the staff's recommendation. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Show it unanimous. Next item.
Item 13, plat approval for Holloway Storage Park on 2.77 acres generally located north of Meadowland Park Drive, east of Lakeland Highlands Road. Owner Edward E. Holloway, applicant Chastain Skillman Incorporated.
For the record, Joshua Cheney with Community Economic Development. Chastain Skillman Incorporated, on behalf of Edward E. Holloway and Mary Ann Holloway, have submitted a subdivision plat for the Holloway Storage Park subdivision. The proposed plat consists of one lot on approximately 2.77 acres, located north of Meadowland Park Drive, east of Lakeland Highlands Road. Plats are reviewed by the City Subdivision Review Team for compliance with Article 9 of the City's Land Development Code. And it is recommended that the Planning and Zoning Board approve the plat as conforming to Article 9 of the Land Development Code. And with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Any questions? Staff recommendation is,
We recommend approval.
so we have a motion.
Make a motion, we approve it.
We have a motion, got a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We accept this item, staff's recommendation. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Show it passing unanimously. Next, we have the report of the City Commission action.
The only item that I have to report is the one that Board Member Knight asked about previously, and that was the cell tower at Ariana and Hardin. That one had a motion for approval that failed 3-2.
Oh, in the City Commission?
Yes. And as far as the manager's report, I'm going to have a abbreviated report today because we have another hearing scheduled in here at 1:30, and I know that they need to get in and set up for that. So I will just tell you that we'll have a full agenda at the January meeting on Wednesday the 20th, and hope you all have a great Christmas and enjoy the holidays with your family.
Can we bring snacks to the next meeting?
Is that your report also?
That's my report.
That's your report? Okay, we have anybody from the audience that needs to address the board? Apparently not. We take this time to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. And we stand adjourned until January the 20th, 2021.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Holy mackerel.